Opening ceremony of the International Conference of Ethics on Business, Economics, and Social Science in conjunction with the Annual Conference of Management Challenges 2023 is about to start. Please take your seats and be reminded to put your phones into silent mode. Please turn off your phone and microphone. Our session is about to start. The International Conference of Ethics on Business, Economics, and Social Science in conjunction with the Annual Conference of Management Challenges 2023 is held by Faculty of Economic and Business in collaboration with Universitas Negeri Semarang, Universitas Negeri Malang, Universitas Sarjana Wiyata Taman Siswa, Program Studi Pendidikan Administrasi Perkantoran Universitas 11 Maret, Universitas Ciputra, Universitas Wiralodra Indramayu, Universitas Pancasila, and Kongu Engineering College. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly take your seat as the opening ceremony will commence shortly. Allow me to extend our warmest greeting to our eminent speakers and guests. Rector of Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta, the Honorable Professor Dr. Sumaryanto M.Si, Dean of Faculty of Economics and Business, Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta, Dr. Siswanto M.Pd, Vice Dean of Faculty of Economics and Business, Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta, Excellencies, today's speakers, distinguished guests, Head and Board of Study Department, lecturers of Faculty of Economic and Business, Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta, and also we would like to welcome all of the presenters and participants of the seminar. A very good morning to you all. Welcome to Zara One Room at Grand Rohan Hotel for the opening ceremony of the International Conference of Ethics on Business, Economics, and Social Science in conjunction with the Annual Conference of Management Challenges 2023. Hosted in Yogyakarta, this conference is presented by the Faculty of Economics and Business, Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta, with the selected theme, The Future of Artificial Intelligence, Challenges and Its Impact on Education, Economics, and Business as a response to the managerial emerging global issues we're facing right now. My name is Judith Ayurspati and I feel honored to be your host today. As start of our opening ceremony, we will sing the national anthem of the Republic of Indonesia. We would like to request you to all rise.
Allah
Thank you. You may be seated now. On this stage, we are going to present our welcome gesture to you all. Sekar Pudyastuti is performed by students. The Sekar Pudyastuti dance is a form of female dance in Yogyakarta style. This dance is presented as an expression of a request for safety and fertility. Sekar Pudyastuti dance describes about gratitude and expression of joy. This dance shows the exposure of a teenage girl who is growing up and is grinning. Please welcome the dance of Sekar Pudyastuti. Thank you, Ms. Ichaka Liki Yogiswara and Ms. Salsabira Almas for the beautiful performance. Ladies and gentlemen, before moving on, let me mention to you our agendas for today. First is the welcoming speech by Vice Dean on Research, Collaboration, Information System, and Business Affairs on behalf of Dean of the Faculty of Economics and Business Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta. Second is the opening speech by the Honorable Rector of Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta. Third is the plenary session by the keynote speakers. Fourth panel session and fifth will be the closing. Now, we move on the speech segment that is going to be started with the welcome speech. Please be invited, Vice Dean on Research, Collaboration, Information System and Business Affairs on behalf of Dean of Faculty of Economics and Business Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta, Profesor Setiabudi Indartono, Ph.D.
Honorable Professor Dr. Sumaryanto M.Si, Rector of Yogyakarta State University, Vice Rectors, Directors, Deans, and Vice Deans, distinguished speakers, Professor Dr. Noor, Ismawati Binti Jaafar, University Malaya, Malaysia, Frendy, Ph.D., Nagoya University, and Dr. Ratna Sari, Yogyakarta State University. Rectors and Deans of Cohos, 11 Maret University, Malang State University, Semarang State University, Ciputra University, Sarjana Wiyata Taman Siswa University, Wiraludra University, Pancasila University, Kongu Engineering College, India, and all of presenters and participants. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. In the name of Allah, the gracious, the merciful, praise be to Allah, the Lord of the universe. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First, I would like to thank Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for giving us His blessing that we could hold this conjunction annual conference by Economic and Business faculty. Because of His mercy, we are sitting here in this opening event in good health. And I would also like to convey my gratitude toward Professor Dr. Sumaryanto M.Si, Rector of Yogyakarta State University, Vice Rectors, Directors, Dean and Vice Deans of Economic and Business faculty, who fully supporting to this event, and all committees who working very hard to prepare this conference, as well as all of the Cohos who collaborated on this prestigious event. ICBES and ICOMC, our annual conference held by Faculty of Economic and Business, Yogyakarta State University, with response to the issues of management challenges, information technology, and global risk impact, published by World Economic Forum on economic and business education. Many ideas have been shared and brainstormed in the meetings. Accordingly, this conference continuously tries to invite scholars, practitioners, and students to respond to the most world challenges academic issues. On this occasion, please allow me to report briefly about this 2023 Annual Conjunction Conference. In this 5th ACIMC and the 10th ACBES will produce and publish hundreds of papers in national and international proceedings and journals with speakers and presenters from all over the world. This year, we promote the conference theme, The Future of the Artificial Intelligence, Challenges and its Impact on Education, Economic and Business. There will be 151 papers presented by authors from various universities, from national and foreign universities in this conference, which will be published in national and international index journal. Hopefully, the spirit of this annual conference will enrich the empirical findings of studies and contribute the world knowledge civilization. On behalf of the Dean and Committee, I hope this event goes well and smoothly, allowing Yogyakarta State University to maintain its strong position among the greatest university in the world, as well as the lyric of UNY hymn, membangun Indonesia, menata dunia, berlandaskan Pancasila. Thank you so much for your time and attention. Syisinin, syukron, matur nuwun. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Professor Setiabudi Dartono, Ph.D., for the welcome speech. Ladies and gentlemen, for the next agenda, we would like to welcome the Rector of Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta to give an opening speech and also officially open today's seminar. Please welcome the Honorable Professor Dr. Sumaryanto, M.Si.
The Honorable all boards, member of University, Dean of Faculty of Economic and Business, Head of Senate, Board member of Faculty of Economic and Business, and committees. Our distinguished guests, all invites speakers, Prof. Dr. Noor Ismawati Binti Jaafar from University of Malaya, Malaysia, Dr. Ratna Candra Sari, M.Si, CE, CFP from Faculty of Economic and Business, Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta, and Frendy, Ph.D. from Nagoya, University, Jaafar, and dear all participants. It's an honor for me to welcome you to Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta, especially on joining International Conference of Ethics on Business, Economic, and Social Science in conjunction with Annual Conference of Management Challenges 2023. We believe that the future of artificial intelligence will give us great opportunity to improve the quality of education, economic, and business. We must be able to find economic and business solution and our potential to improve the quality of our life much better. Be saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I hereby officially open this conference. We hope that all of you enjoy and have a great experience and discussion in this occasion. Once again, thank you for participating and organizing this conference. And Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Professor Sumaryanto. The International Conference of Ethics on Business, Economics, and Social Science, in conjunction with the Annual Conference of Management Challenges 2023, is now officially opened. We are about to begin the plenary sessions. Ladies and gentlemen, we will share attendance form in the end of plenary session. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, as for the first plenary session, we will have 3 keynote speakers from 3 speakers. Professor Dr. Noor Ismawati Binti Jaafar from University Malaya, Malaysia. Dr. Ratna Candra Sari, S.A.M.Si, C.A. CFP from Faculty of Economic and Business, Universitas Negeri, Yogyakarta. Frendy, Ph.D. from NUCB Business School, Nagoya University, Japan. This session will be guided by our moderator. He is a lecturer from Department of Accounting Education. Mr. Mahendra has research interest in information system and performance relationship. Now, he is a Ph.D. in accounting. Please welcome Mr. Mahendra Adinugroho, Ph.D., and our second speaker, Dr. Ratna Candra Sari, S.A.M.Si, C.A. CFP.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for the opportunity in this event. The committee trusts me to be a moderator. So after this, we will discuss with all of the plenary speakers. The first plenary speaker is Prof. Ismawati Jaafar. Good morning, Prof.
Morning, Mahendra and everyone.
Nice
Salam
to
from
meet you.
Kuala Lumpur.
Thank you, Prof, for your time. So the first speaker is Prof. Ismawati Jaafar. I will try to read her curriculum vitae, but only in brief, because I got 27 pages of curriculum vitae. If I read it all, maybe we'll be running out of time. So Prof. Ismawati Jaafar is from University of Malaya. Her research interest in information system and the relationship in the implementation of information system in organization. Her expertise is in management information system, and information technology governance. So she got her Ph.D. from Macquarie University, Australia, and she have several administrative duties. It's more than 10. So I just read it in brief. So she also have a joint membership on Journal on Global Information System Technology Management as editorial board member and others. So her publication is very meticulous. She has more than 33 publication index in World of Science, more than 22 articles published in Scopus, and of course, and hundreds publication in other journal. So in this time, she will present about transforming business with artificial intelligence. Are we ready? So let's begin. The time is yours, Prof.
Okay, thank you, Mahendra. A very good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First and foremost, I would like to thank the organizing committee of the ICBES 2023 International Conference of Ethics on Business, Economics and Social Science for inviting me to be one of the key plenary speaker for this conference. I would like to also thank the Rector, Professor Dr. Setiabudi, and also the Dean and the Deputy Dean, the Vice Dean of Research from the Faculty of Economics and Business, Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta, for this opportunity. I will be talking about how artificial intelligence will actually transform business, and are we actually ready with regards to the impact of artificial intelligence? Yeah. So let me share my screen. Just a little bit about myself. I'm from the Department of Decision Science, as what Mahendra has said. I'm from the Faculty of Business and Economics, University of Malaya in Kuala Lumpur. Okay, so the topic for today is very interesting in the sense that we are going to take a look at what artificial intelligence actually have affected our ways of doing things, whether in business and the society at large. But I will be talking more on the business point of view. Okay, before I start with today's presentation, I would like to share one video. Right? I hope you will enjoy the video.
Sorry, Prof. Isma, and the sound is not sharp yet. We cannot hear the sound of your videos. Sorry, Prof. Isma. Maybe when you share the share screen and such, you should take the share sound from your file.
Okay, so never mind. I actually have shared.
Okay.
At least you know what I wanted to do, but you couldn't actually hear the video, is it?
Yes, Prof.
So we just proceed, otherwise I'm going to take so much
Yes.
time of the other
Yes,
speakers.
you can continue it.
But that's all.
Yes.
Sorry?
Yes, okay, Prof. If you okay with video without the sound, you can continue your presentation.
Yeah, I just wanted to show what actually has happened in businesses in
Okay,
other
Prof.
countries as well, or to what extent that things have been transformed or automated. Yeah, so I'm not going to, elaborate on that further about the video, but we actually should proceed with the content of today's presentation. Now, I'm going to touch about a little bit about the role of AI as an accelerator for business growth, and we are also going to look at some of the AI technologies that business organizations can use to transform their tasks, and also what are the opportunities and challenges of AI usage in business organizations. Yeah. So we're going to take a look at also the impacts of AI to employees, human, businesses, economic, and the environment as well. Right? Now, as I have mentioned earlier, and the topic of my presentation today is basically talking about how business has been transformed from our normal manual ways to something that can be automated. So it has an impact. Basically, AI has an impact as a transformative technology that is changing the way business operates. Now, when we talk about AI, we are referring how the usage of algorithms and machines would actually be used to automate tasks in business. Yeah. Now, it is basically a program that is able to provide the ability to think and learn on its own. And when you talk about AI also, it is actually a simulation of human intelligence, which is called artificial, so that we can actually ask the computer or the machine to do things that we normally rely on humans. Yeah. Now, there are a few branches of artificial intelligence which I am pretty sure most of you have heard. There are also things like natural language programming, robotics, expert systems, and so forth. And the most famous one, or the most important part, is actually machine learning and deep learning when we talk about artificial intelligence. Yeah. Now, let's move on to what are the common business activities that we have in organizations. So when we talk about activities in organizations, there are quite a number which can be divided into the various functional areas of business. We have the operations and logistics, we have the sales and marketing, we have the general administration, we have customer service, budgeting and forecasting, and not forgetting the accounting and auditing. So you can see there are various functions in the organizations, and artificial intelligence would be useful to be adopted in these various areas for their intended purposes. Yeah. So basically, when we talk about artificial intelligence, we want to see how much some of the routine tasks or transactions can be enhanced or improved in terms of its processing, so that we can focus on something which is much more strategic and also more important to the business as a whole. Yeah. Now, let's take a look at some of the AI capabilities in organizations. There are a few. So the first one is basically, as I have mentioned earlier, it automates routine tasks, which will free employees to focus more on creative and strategic decisions. We are also going to enhance our decision making because AI capabilities provide more accurate and timely data analysis. Definitely, we are also going to improve our customer experience, where we can personalize interactions with the assistance of artificial intelligence, and we are able to provide more tailored recommendations and support. Yeah. Now, at the same time, having all this, we can reduce our costs by optimizing processes and identifying areas for efficiency. Definitely, with AI, we are able to, for example, assist in detection of fraud and also prevent prevention of its occurrence by identifying patterns and anomalies in data. To continue, AI capabilities are also able to improve the accuracy and speed of predictive maintenance in manufacturing and other industries, which result in reducing costs and save the money. Now, AI capabilities is also very important for companies to gain competitive advantage by identifying the trends and opportunities that might otherwise be missed. Yeah. Now, AI capabilities would be also important in enhancing cybersecurity by detecting and responding to threats more quickly and effectively, so that organizations are more protected and the data are actually secured. And finally, AI capabilities would enable business to develop and deploy new products and services more quickly, accelerating innovation and business growth. Okay. Now, so I will actually bring to you just a brief introduction about what AI is all about. Okay. So basically, when we talk about AI, it is a computer or a robot that is being controlled by computer to do tasks which we normally do as human, because for the robot and the computer to do all this stuff, they require human intelligence and discernment. Yeah. So as such, that's why we call artificial intelligence, because they mimic the intelligence of human and they still rely on the experience and instructions from human. Yeah. Now, AI also enables a computer or program control robot to perform tasks which is associated with human beings, like natural conversations, reasoning, ability to discover the meaning, and generalizing or learning from experience. And if you talk about AI also, it normally points out to specific applications which include expert systems, natural language processing, and also speech recognition and machine vision. Yeah. Now, I have also given the differences between what we call artificial intelligence and human intelligence. Yeah, so I've looked at also the differences in terms of the various parameters. So if you look at the first one, for example, in terms of origin, human intelligence are born with the capacity to reason, think and assess and perform other cognitive tasks, whereas artificial intelligence, it is more into the insight of human innovation. Hang on, guys. It has gone through to the next slide. My apologies. Right. So AI is enabled to create human insight, which is associated with helping to progress the field by theorizing the mechanisms of criticism. Yeah. So the second parameter with regards to learning capabilities, human, when we talk about their intelligence, they are able to pick up new information via observations and experience, whereas with regard to artificial intelligence, they use mostly statistical models and algorithms. Yeah. So they learn from enormous amount of data, but they cannot build any unique human analytical style. They can only learn through data and regular training. Now, what about creativity? If you talk about human intelligence, they improve innovative thinking and creativity, whereas AI can create novel approach using existing trends and data, but they lack inherent innovations. Yeah. With regards to decision making, human decisions can be subject to subjective factors, which may not necessarily based on data, whereas AI interprets according to completely collected data, which makes it strongly objective in their decision making process. The nature of human intelligence is analogous, whereas AI basically uses digital machines to make any decisions. Yeah. Now, with regards to energy use, human intelligence average, the human brain uses around 25 watts of energy, whereas AI actually require much less, around 2 watts of energy for computers. Yeah. In terms of social skills, human intelligence is capable of comprehending abstract concepts, whereas AI is still developing their capacity to read and recognize relevant interpersonal and passionate signals depending on previous data, right? So basically, I've given you what is AI and what are the components or the basic differences between human and artificial intelligence. Let's take a look at the roles of AI in organizations. So how can we actually use artificial intelligence in business? They can be divided into a few keywords. First and foremost, it can actually boost efficiency through task automations. Second, it can actually improving the speed or consistency of services. The third one is using, basically artificial intelligence can actually be used to use customer insight to inform decision making. And the fourth one, uncovering, which relates to the opportunities for new products and services. These are very general usage of artificial intelligence in business. Later on, we will see what are some of the examples that artificial can actually be adopted in organization to be the engine for business growth. Yeah. Now, basically, artificial intelligence in organization is used to handle broadly the data processing category, which could include some of the following activities like searching within data, optimizing the search to give most relevant results, and it has always been contributing to what we call the change for if-then reasoning, which can be applied to execute a string of commands based on some parameters. Yeah. Now, AI is also largely used for pattern detection to identify significant patterns in large data set for unique insights. And the final one, it can also be used for applied probabilistic model to predict future outcomes. Yeah. Now, I promised just now to give you some examples of AI usage in business. So we can have a few here, like improving our customer services. We can actually focus on this to let the robotic or the computer to be able to interact with our customer better, so that they will get faster response, immediate respond to their queries, and would be able to get the informations basically 24/7. Yeah, most of the time the applications or the systems would actually be available if we can use AI, for example, in customer services. Yeah, we can also use AI for providing product recommendations by identifying previous, for example, purchase patterns. We are able to recommend the next to purchase product to our customers, so that we are able to target the right market. The third one, we are able to segmenting our audience. This is basically also related to product recommendations and also customer service. By looking at the profile of the customers, we are able to target which particular segment of the society or the customers would actually be benefiting from our products. Yeah. The fourth one, we are able to analyze customer satisfactions. This is also very important in business. We want to know how much, what extent our customers are actually satisfied with our product and services. Yeah. Of course, as I mentioned earlier, also there is a opportunity for AI to be used in identifying fraud in our organizations. And finally, not forgetting with regards to optimizing our supply chain operations, we can also rely on AI. As what you have seen in the video just now, there are certain things which can actually be improved in terms of its efficiency using artificial intelligence. Okay. Now, going through, let me just go through some of the basic elements of AI. What are the things or the characteristics of AI that can be adopted to organizations? There are a few. Let's take a look at the first one. For example, artificial intelligence can be used for categorizations. This is basically if we are looking for to solve specific problem. For example, in finance and also networking, we are able to basically use AI to identify what would be some of the parameters or the informations that you require in solving the finance problem. Yeah. For example, whether you want to know the credit worthiness of a particular customer, you will be able to learn from the patterns and the big data, what would be the likelihood of customers to be able to pay the financial obligations and so forth. The second element of AI is classification, which involves determining which data is most relevant to solving the problem. And the third one, machine learning, which involves detections of anomaly. It also involves clustering, deep learning, and it can provide you the possibility of using linear regression in solving those problems. Yeah. And finally, we have the collaborative filtering, which is basically looking for patterns across large data sets in organizations. Next, there are also a few types of AI based on its capability and functionalities. Let me just go through. Basically, there are three types of AI, which can be considered as weak AI, strong AI, or super AI. And if we actually base them on functionalities, we can have the reactive machines, which refers to AI that have no memory and are task specific. The second one, which is limited memory, which trains from past data to make decisions. The third one, which is theory of mind. This particular type of AI represents an advanced class of technology. And the fourth one, which is self-awareness. This is a type of AI which understands the internal traits, states and conditions and perceive human emotions. Yeah. So you can see there are many types of AI, whether it's based on capabilities or functionalities as a whole. Now, in brief, what AI can benefit or to the organizations, we can actually look into three main areas. Basically, we are looking at how AI can actually increase productivity in organizations, whether in terms of human or employees and also some of our productions or even operations procedures. At the same time, with artificial intelligence, we are able to achieve cost savings. There are a few manual processes which can actually be automated as such. These will actually decrease the human cost in organizations. Yeah. And the third one, if you talk about efficiency also with artificial intelligence, we are able to enhance our decision making because the information or the data that you require to make an informed decisions can be easily accessed and it can actually be shared organization-wide. Yeah? So that's basically the potential benefits of AI to businesses. Now, however, there are many things that AI can do, but at the same time, there are also challenges. That is actually our important areas or the question that we are going to look at for basically the theme of the conference and what are the future of our employment with regards to the participation of AI. Yeah. So there are a few challenges. Let me share with you. One, basically AI would actually have an impact to employment, while there are many studies that say that AI would actually reduce some of the employment, but the industry experts actually say that at the same time, AI also opens up employment opportunity at the same time. Yeah. So there's a boon and bane, there's a good benefit and also the afflictions of using AI in organizations, which of course they are also very much related to the next point of challenges, which is the skills gap. Yeah, the usage of artificial intelligence in organization require certain level of skills for your employees to operate or to actually be involved in using the artificial intelligence technologies in the organizations. Yeah. So of course, when you talk about skills, we have the gap that we actually need to address. Some of our employees would actually have that kind of digital skills, whereas at the same time, if we want to go further with AI-based solutions in organization, we have to train our employees at the same time. Yeah? So there's going to be a skill gap that need to be addressed by organizations at the same time. Now, with regards to the third point, the challenges of AI, there are still some unanswered ethical questions when we talk about using artificial intelligence. Yeah, so there are things like whether the robot can actually use data, and also looking at some of the personal information, whether they can actually be shared by others. And if you're talking about robotics processes, they can be very objective, but at the same time, they are opening up some of the privacy issues also at the same time. Yeah. Now, it also is related to the fourth challenges, which is going to talk about the cybersecurity threats. With AI, we use a lot of data and we use a lot of sharing, and there are also flow of information from one organization to another. And at the same time, that prevails, open up the issues of whether our network is actually secured, and how are we, addressing those threats to ensure that the data is accurate, and some of the important information about the data are actually protected. Okay, so these are some of the challenges with regards to AI adoptions in business organizations. These are only a few. There are many more that we can actually be able to learn from the challenges and decide whether we are ready to face or to actually embrace the usage of AI in organizations. Yeah. Now, let's take a look at some of the more important areas of the AI impact. When we talk about the future of work and artificial intelligence, there are a few questions which is very pressing, especially for employees. Yeah, the first question is like, will I lose my job to a robot? This is a very common. We talk about artificial intelligence. We talk about some of the routine works. They can actually be automated by robotic applications. Yeah. My answer to this question would be, it depends on the way in which your business decide to integrate AI. However, if you look at the introductory video just now, which I shared, there are still certain areas or certain activities which really depends on human, and they can never be replaced by artificial intelligence or robots. Yeah. So it's depend which areas of your business need to be integrated. And going to the next point, not every task can be executed by robots. We still need human beings in our activities, yeah, in organizations. Okay, let's take a look at what are the business activities that will be most affected. Just to share with you a study by McKinsey, you can see that if you look at on the right hand side, yeah, things like data collections, data processing, and predictable physical work, these would be the business activities that can be automated using artificial intelligence. However, on the left-hand side, where we have management skill or activities like managing people, applying expertise, or even interactions, there's, the time spent or the percentage is slightly lower with the usage of artificial intelligence, whereby this indicates that we still need human to be able to do the managing and interaction work in organizations. Yeah. Okay. Now, just to relate back to the impact of AI to employment, I would say that artificial intelligence is not really a job killer, but it is what we call as a job transformer, because the repetitive and the low value tasks are able to be automated using artificial intelligence. These enable employees to focus more on productive, higher level activities that require creativity, critical thinking, and also empathy from human beings. Yeah, so it doesn't kill your job, but it actually transforms your job. Okay, now this is just to share with you how, to what extent AI has actually impacted employment. We can see that in 2020, it was predicted that AI would actually take away 85 million jobs by 2025. But at the same time, it also was predicted that it generates around 97 million of new jobs in the fields of big data, machine learning, to information security, and also digital marketing, right? So I would say a tit for a tat, whereby artificial intelligence takes away, but at the same time, it also produces more employment opportunities. Okay. Now, moving forward to the impact of AI to businesses, these are very much related to the roles of what AI can do in organizations. For example, the first one, we are able to achieve productivity gains from the automation of processes. Basically talking about routine and low-level processes, we are able to increase our productivity. We are also able to increase our customer demand, whereby we are able to provide more instant responses and immediate information whenever our customers require information about our product and services. At the same time, AI would also foster innovations, whereby we are able to share some of the new development of product with our customers and also our competitors. Yeah. It also has strategy implication, because AI would enable us to change our business model, whereby we can actually focus more on the strategic values of organization rather than focusing on very mundane and routine decisions. Yeah. The next one, with AI, we are able to enhance our decision making, and finally, of course, at the same time, we improve our operations and development with regards to cost, efficiencies of human tasks and activities at the same time. Okay. Now, there are also an impact of AI to the other aspect, especially the environment, if I may discuss here. With artificial intelligence, it can actually optimize energy consumptions and at the same time reduce waste, because we know that computer processing actually use energy, and at the same time it also produce heat. Yeah. So if we can actually reduce this, and also when we talk about the wastage of, for example, usage of paper, it has also an impact to the environment. Okay. AI can enhance sustainable practices. AI can also develop new sustainable materials, and at the same time, AI can be used to monitor and predict environmental changes. Okay, so most of the thing of data with regards to what would be the temperature changes, for example, and what are the information that you require to make sure that the environmental studies and there is very least effect to the environment can also be monitored using artificial intelligence. Yeah. Now, as a conclusion, AI reduces human errors, but at the same time, okay, there are also some not so good thing about AI. But mostly, when we talk about artificial intelligence, it also helps us to make unbiased decisions, whereby we can be more objective. And with the usage of artificial intelligence, they can perform repetitive jobs, and it will ensure 24/7 availability of our services and systems in the organizations. Yeah, so there are many things that AI can offer to business, but not forgetting there are also some challenges that AI would actually require our business organizations to focus on. Of course, to implement AI, we need to have the expertise and also the financial resources to do that. The next one would be, in this case, having known about what is the difference between artificial and human intelligence, the question is, who is more superior? Is it human intelligence as human beings, or is it robotics in the sense of artificial intelligence? Yeah. So you know that we human create computer, we are the ones who give instructions to the computers to do certain tasks, and how can we actually say about this? Are we more intelligent than the computer? The final questions or the conclusion would be, having known the advantages and also the impacts of artificial intelligence to business, are we ready to embrace artificial in business? And finally, are we also ready to embrace artificial intelligence in many aspects of our daily lives, basically the society? Yeah. So we know there are impact of AI with regards to, especially people are very afraid when they talk about using artificial intelligence in organizations, because they are afraid that they might lose jobs. Yeah. So these are some of the things that we have to face as we venture into more digitalized society, and this is also going hand in hand with the level of the advancements in technology in our societies nowadays. Yeah. So that basically wraps up my presentation for today. Matur suwun, I would actually be happy to discuss or even accept any questions from the audience. Thank you very much. Over to you, Mahendra.
Thank you, Prof. Very wonderful presentation. So now it's in question and answer section. But before, as we know that Prof. Ismail already present about how the AI can impact for the business from the very basic situation on their labor and transforming how the business work, and until she close with the question, are our business ready to embrace this new thing? So now question and answer sections. Maybe the participant on the Zoom, we can raise hand or we speak directly, or you can type your question in chat room. You can use Indonesian, English, or even Javanese, because I believe Prof. Ismail's multi-language skills. So anybody want to ask question? Oh, thank you. From this room, Prof. Setiabudi Indartono.
Okay, thank you very much, moderator, Dr. Mahendra, and thank you very much also to Professor Ismail for your explanation, yeah, about the current issues of AI, yeah, especially in education. Yeah. Currently, we just can imagine that, for example, if we try to processing a learning process, yeah, to student in higher education. Sometimes a student did not enjoy in class because they more enjoy looking for information, yeah, learning something by internet. Yeah, for example, right now, if we have a examination to student, so they can easily, you know, finding the answer by, for example, ChatGPTs. Yeah. So I think it's very challenging for us as a teachers. Based on your explanation that the AI issues on ethics, maybe this is the most important homework for us, to prepare how to design learning process, for example, for higher education. And also, if you know the one of the robotic machine called Sevia, you know that one of the robotic machine called Sevia, you can find it in YouTube. This robot able to express their psychological response from outside during their conversation with human. They can blink their eyes and smile and something answer psychologically to the question from human to her, this robot. So in the future challenge is not only we quote unquote lost a lot of job, but also I agree with you that the future job is going to change dramatically. So we have to change the skill, knowledge of employment regarding to how the AI still support us in working area. So I would like to know your opinion about firstly about the ethical issues using the AI, and then the future challenges that robotic also combined with the psychological aspect to respond the job or everything around the robot itself. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Setiabudi. While waiting other question, maybe Prof. Isma can start the discussion.
Thank you, Prof. Setiabudi. That's a very long questions. I try to answer to the best of my ability. With your questions with regards to the impact of AI to, okay, let me relate with you because I am a lecturer also, I'm a professor, and we are in the academic world. Yes, of course, the emergence of ChatGPT is a threat to us, but we cannot run away from ChatGPT. We cannot run away from the advancements of technology in education. Previously, when we were students, we didn't have all this because the technology was not available then. But now you can see that there are so many things that we as academicians have to catch up. We need to be kept abreast with the latest technology in teaching, research, and also our community engagement and so forth. So I would say, take a look at ChatGPT as something that would actually transform your job as an academician, okay? Because we cannot run away from it. We should be able to actually upskill some of the our capabilities to be at least almost at the same level with the students, right? So with regard to this also, I know that using ChatGPT, for example, allows students to do not use their critical mind. They just ask ChatGPT, how do I come up with research proposal? They will give you a very standardized answer. But then again, it will not be able to give you a more specific or something that is personalized to, for example, answer some of the research questions that we ask them to do. Okay? So take it, as I mentioned earlier, it is not a job killer for us, but it is actually a job transformer which would at the same time enhance our skill and also enhance our visibility as academicians. Our credential credibility would also be enhanced if we are able to follow with the technology trend nowadays. So take a look at that. And with your questions to Sylvia, the usage of robotics that is able to express psychological emotions, and are able to actually mimic human expressions, well, if you ask me personally, I would still interact with human than robot, right? So the issue, for example, trust. Do you actually trust computer? Maybe to certain extents, but there are a few things that we still prefer to interact, and we also would like to have more human touch in our conversations, yeah? Right. I trust human more actually with regard to especially psychological or even emotions rather than computer. Now, when we talk about ethical usage of AI, I've given you an example with regard to ChatGPT. That has a very great implications to the usage or ethical practices, yeah, ethical conducts of not only students but also academicians with the usage of AI, whether that also leads to plagiarism. Okay, so we know that plagiarism is an ethical issue in academics. We want to make sure that your work is original and it has not been, plagiarized by from someone or another sources. Okay, so that could be my answer, Prof. Take it as a transformer, not killer.
Thank you, Prof. Isma. On the chat room, we have 3 questions from participants. The first question from Sivanda. She asking about it's today's issues, Prof. She is asking why people on social media is tend to be opposite with AI. So the second question is from Ilham Ramadan. Can AI can be used in the top level management to make a decision making and replace human? And the last one is maybe it's try to asking from Diva Berliana. She believes that AI can help us in job, but she is afraid that are we human ready to face AI, and how we can deal with AI so we cannot lose our job. So
okay, so I take one question at a time. Yeah, so Shivanda's questions. Why is almost everyone on social media opposing AI? Well, I would say the most obvious reason is actually they are afraid of being replaced. Yeah, they are afraid of being replaced by robots or computer. So of course, when we talk about replacement or displacement of job, it has an impact to our well-being, our what will happen to our employment, our daily subsistence, what will happen to our family. So that is actually the reason why people is actually opposing to AI. But do you know that also at the same time, some segment of the society are also enjoying the benefits of artificial intelligence, right? You as students are also enjoying artificial intelligence. Okay? Let's take a look at, for example, maybe your lecturer or your professor asks you to do something and you have no idea where to begin, right? You could probably turn to the internet and also other specific applications. Of course, now with the evolutions of ChatGPT, you can just ask them, how do you come up with particular assignment, right? So that is the reason. But if you ask me personally, social media, why people are actually opposing AI, because they are afraid of being replaced by human. Yeah. So that is my first question. Second,
thank you, Prof, for the answer. So,
the second question is with regard to top level management strategic decision making.
yes, it's talking about does AI can replace will people, because decision making is not about data or maybe AI products, so still human. So the question is, can be applied in top management level.
Okay, you have to understand the role. The role of AI is not to actually make the final decisions. Okay, it actually helps you to make more efficient in making decisions, because if you require certain data, you can actually get it very fast. Okay, you can actually make decisions based on the data being presented as a result of AI in your organizations. So of course, if you ask me, at that top managerial level, you still require human interventions, and that is more logical and more pragmatic in the sense, we don't actually just solely based on results from the computer or robots in making the final decisions. The third one,
yes,
Mahendra, is that the job killer, is it?
Yes.
Okay, the questions are: human really ready to face AI? And how do we deal with AI so that we don't lose jobs? Okay, that's a very interesting questions also, because it relates back to don't see it as a killer, but see it as a transformer, right? So you have to keep up. You have to actually learn new things to be able, not to lose your job or your employment. Yeah, we have to keep up, because we do not want to be trapped in situation whereby you can actually be replaced by robots, right? We cannot run away from robotics or even AI, but we do not want them to take away our job. Okay? They can help us, but they should never take our job. Okay? Unless that's there are very, very basic and routine processes which you do not want to waste your time on.
Thank you, Prof.
The next question, Mahendra?
Yes,
Most
it's
welcome.
in Indonesian, Prof. I think the core question is almost the same, but it's try to contradict with the rules of one country. In Indonesia itself, if we build an enterprise, there is a rule, government law that say that if you build enterprise in one area, for example in Kuala Lumpur or in Yogyakarta, so that enterprise should recruit and use surrounding people to get some proportion from surround area of their enterprise to work and get job in that enterprise. That is the rule. But from your video in the first the beginning of your presentation, that nowadays enterprise try to increase their efficiency using a robot. So the question is how we can make a balance with that issues. In one side, government as the enterprise to recruit the people, but the enterprise should make efficiency using a robot and another technological tools. So what is your opinion, Prof?
Mahendra, I suppose this is the question from Sulistiawati.
Not from Muhammad Salbian Mulia in Indonesia.
Oh,
yeah.
I haven't. Have I answered?
Yes.
That question?
I'm sorry, I did a mistake. So that is the next question after Sulistiawati.
Okay, so I answered that question first from Muhammad Salbian.
Yes.
Okay. Saya bisa baca dalam bahasa Indonesia ya. Misal di sebuah negara tersebut mewajibkan sebuah perusahaan untuk merekrut karyawan, employees. Video tentang robot yang suara sebagai panjang betul ini soalannya. Tentu kita akan mengutamakan efisiensi. Jadi bagaimana cara kita memanfaatkan AI secara maksimal terhadap pemasaran. Okay, so let me get the question right. So he's asking about how AI can benefit the problem. Okay, because I was looking at Annie's question just now. Kita perlu mengutamakan efisiensi, betul. Bagaimana cara? Okay. As I mentioned, to implement AI is also not cheap, yeah. Okay? So unless your business has the resources and the expertise to do so, my advice would be still go back to manual. Okay, manual process. I mean, not to say manual, but go back to the conventional ways, which rely more on human resources to do some of the processes. Because unless your organizations have the adequate funds, resources to do so, then only you would actually benefit from the usage of artificial intelligence as a whole. Okay? Otherwise, you got also to think about how are you going to train your employees to use or to actually man the robots and so forth. Mahendra?
Yes, Prof. I think the question is almost the same with question any Sulistiawati, the same energy, Prof. And the last one.
Okay, so can we proceed to the next question then?
Yes, it's the same energy with question from Muhammad Salpian. So talking about how can we make balance between AI and human resources. So I think this is the last question from the chat room. From Sulhas. How can I read it? So
Zilzas, is it?
Yes, Zilzas. So it's the same thing. So talking about how AI can support the our productivity and how the
let me just one of the main strength of current AI is fast comprehension of the data set, and tomorrow reality it can be used to make office or distant workers job more productive. For example, it can analyze hours of productivity the most, which task each individual. So very long questions, right? What do you think? Is it possible nowadays to rely on AI decision in this area? You can see also from my slide just now, there are certain tasks which can best be suited using AI, but there are certain also tasks which AI can use to work a lesser extent, like managing people, interaction. We still need human to do that. Okay, and there are certain also characteristics of the business which can be automated using artificial intelligence more effectively, right? So you can see the variations of robotic AI usage to the more areas which is can actually be enhanced using AI, and also which area which benefit lesser if we actually use AI. Okay. I hope I have answered his question.
Yes. Anyone want to ask one or more question? We still have time, about 5 minutes. Okay. If nobody want to ask something. Thank you, Prof. So actually I have one topic for discussion, but I I'm not sure that it will be finished in 5 minutes. So, and the basic question is, because it's ethical issues, Prof. If, as we know in social media and everything, when we connect to the internet, of course, the big company like Google, even Zoom itself is using AI for analyze us as customers. So they even don't declare that they use several things to just profiling us to get our data and just suggest the specific ad or the offer products through the internet. So what do you think, Prof? In fact, nowadays, every single enterprise, especially technology-based enterprise, using AI for profiling and the customer itself, and they don't tell us that they use the AI. Even when we use Zoom itself, I believe there's ethical issues on it. When we use, I believe they at least they get our email information and they can dig the data from that tools. So can we still trust the social media, or how can we just make a decision, or how can we just what we call it, how can we just make decision to how can we just sue the enterprise or company that they use our data in for their benefit without asking our permission?
Okay, thank you very much, Mahendra, for your questions. Very, very long. Okay, but I can actually zoom out to the issue. We're talking about the ethical usage of personal data, right? That you actually share on social media. My opinion would be this: you cannot run away from social media. Also, you need social media to help you for your visibility. You also need to communicate with people. That's where you use social media a lot. Okay. Now, of course, for these giant companies like, or even Google or Facebook, they store a lot of personal data, right? Okay. We as a user must be smart in using this system of social media. We must know where to limit our exposure of personal information. So that I would say how we can actually handle the issue of unethical usage of personal information about customers. Yeah, we do not want to reveal everything on the social media, right? We shouldn't actually expose every single information about ourselves into the social media. So again, there should be some level of trust that you have to put into the applications and the social media technology. Right? You need to trust the system so that it helps you for your visibility, for your communication. Searches of information can be done very fast. At the same time, you must also trust yourself not to put everything on the social media. Right? So the issue of trust, again, is very important, because if you don't provide your personal information, you are not able to tick the box of consent before you can proceed with the application, right, in the first place. So you consented to that. So you must know what you are required to put in the first place. You don't blame them because you are the one who actually consented. Okay, so that's basically, my opinion.
Okay,
you cannot blame them 100%, but at the same time, you must know how to limit what information should actually be shared.
Yes, in short, they force us to consent it before we use their application. Okay, thank you, Prof. Isma, for your sharing, I think the time is up. So we believe that AI will help us on our productivity, but we should aware about the another issues like privacy and other things and ethical things. Thank you, Prof. Isma.
Most welcome. Thank you, everyone. Have a great conference to all the participants and also to the speakers.
Thank you and see you, Prof. For the next speaker, please welcome Dr. Ratna Candra Sari. She is the lecturer from Accounting Education Department from Faculty of Economic and Business, Yogyakarta State University. She will bring topic about financial decision making in artificial intelligence era, ethical consideration. So she is very, oh, I'm sorry. So before we start, we continue. Prof. Isma, are you still there, Prof?
Yes, I am.
Okay. I forgot one thing, Prof. My mistake, Prof. The committee asked me to give the certificate to you so for the documentation. So.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Sorry, Prof. So.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, this one.
This will be sent to via email?
Yes, Prof. Thank you very much, Prof. See you. See you again, Prof. I'm so sorry, it's my mistake.
Again. Yeah. I know there is no coffee around me at the moment. I'm sure there are some refreshment and coffee in the conference venue.
Thank you, Prof. So let's continue for the next presenter, Dr. Ratna Candra Sari. I will continue to introduce her. She is one of the best lecturer from Accounting Education Department, Faculty of Economics, Business and Economics, Yogyakarta State University. Her research focus on artificial intelligence and effect on the education and ethics. She has more than 30 copyright, isn't it? So it's wonderful. So her publication is countless. She's one of my mentor. So for make it short, the time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you, Mr. Mahendra, Ph.D. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I'm honored to be here at this extraordinary event on the International Conference of Ethics on Business, Economic and Social Science and Annual Conference on Management Challenge, whom I respect, Rector and Vice Rector of Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta, Dean and Vice Deans, the Faculty of Economic Business, Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta, also the speakers, Prof. Dr. Noor Ismawati Jaafar, and also Mr. Frendy, Ph.D., and also all the presenters and participants, and also the committee of these international seminars. Today, economics and business have been disrupted by technological advancements. Consequently, it's very important to us to discuss about how implementation of artificial intelligence in financial decision making as ethical considerations. This is the outline that we will discuss in these sessions. The first is definition and model of AI, advantages and challenges of AI and conflicting moral judgment, assessment the ethicality of AI, and also I would like to present our research about the AI and detections of greenwashing. as previously discussed by Prof. Dr. Noor Ismawati Jaafar, that artificial intelligence is defined as a system ability to interpret external and data correctly, to learn from such data, and use those learning to achieve specific goals and tasks through flexible adaptations. AI can be categorized based on the human interventions and based on the adaptiveness of the system. If the AI is need human interventions and the system adaptive, we can classify it as augmented intelligence. In this augmented intelligence, AI system that augmented human decisions and continuously learn from the interaction with human and environment. But if there are no human interactions and the system is adaptive, we can classify as autonomous intelligence, which AI system can adapt to different situations and can act autonomously without human interventions. But if there are no human interventions and the system is not adaptive, we call it automations of manual and cognitive tasks. In the use of AI in financial decision making, most of them are categorized as augmented intelligence and autonomous intelligence. Why AI matters? It's predicted by that global GDP will be up to 40% higher in 2030 as result of the accelerating development of AI. The economic impact will be driven by increasing productivity gains from business automating process, including using of robots and autonomous vehicles, and also productivity gains from business augmenting for their existing labor force with AI technologies. For example, in assisted and augmented intelligence category. Also increasing number demand resulting from availability of personalized and higher quality AI enhanced product and services. This is the data that support increasing GDP by using of AI, and also so many country adoptions of AI. The implementation AI in financial decision making means that AI can extract and aggregate informations from unstructured and structured data so as to facilitate financial decisions such as investment, fintech lending, prediction of return, and also risk modeling, also portfolio optimizations. The platform such as Wealth from Betterment, and AI also can be used in accounting. For example, we can use robotic process automation that has been reduced the processing time for audit. Also, we can use Zero or QuickBooks that use AI algorithm to automate various aspects and of the account payable and receivable process. This is the model AI based on financial decision making. I adapted from Sanmuga Nathan 2020 that AI used the quantitative input of financial statement data or other relevant data, and also subjective input such as corporate governance, knowledge-based management, and management skill. And this data as an input for algorithms-based learning model, and based on the algorithm, they can produce the information or decision that can be useful for user. And as previously explained clearly by Prof. Dr. Noor Ismawati, so I will skip this session that AI can produce some advantage. For example, zero human error capacity and 24/7 work capacity, continuous auditing, real-time insight, and also automation and efficiency. Also, and beneficial for data analysis and insight, financial management and business growth, and also accuracy and compliance. AI also has positive impact on the environment. For example, because AI can optimize energy consumptions and reduce the waste. For example, machine learning algorithms can analyze data from smart grids to optimize energy consumption in real time, reducing the need for fossil fuel-based energy generation, and this can lead to reduction in greenhouse gas emissions and help mitigate the effect of climate change. AI also can be used to develop and implement sustainable practice in industries such as agriculture, forestry, and transportations. Precision agriculture, for example, can help farmers reduce the use of fertilizer, pesticide, and leading to healthier crops and less environmental contaminations. Besides health advantage, implementation of AI can also have several challenges. The first is about the data quality. Data quality is very crucial in the implementation of AI because poor data quality can lead to inaccurate result and unreliable prediction. Also, AI can produce the bias model because the use of AI in finance raises concern about the potential for bias model because various factors, including the quality and the representativeness of data, also the selection of feature and also algorithm that used for the modeling. Also concerned about the regulatory compliance. Regulatory compliance is critical to maintaining customer trust and ensuring the safe and stable operation of financial system. However, AI-based system can pose unique compliance challenge due to their complexity and lack of transparency. The other challenge is about the cybersecurity. Cybersecurity can arise at different stages of AI deployment, including during data collections, model development, system integrations. And based on study by Deloitte, over 90% of respondents reported experiencing cyber incident, including involving AI system, with the most common incident being unauthorized access and data theft. Also, ethical consideration about the ethical AI need to be addressed. The algorithm have the potential to discriminate and perpetuate bias, leading to ethical concern around the fairness and potential harm to some individuals and groups. This ethical consideration particularly critical in financial system because in financial system the wrong decision can have significant impact on people's life, such as in loan approvals, investment decision, and insurance underwriting. Also, the lack of human oversight is one challenge of the AI. While AI system can automate the decision-making process and increasing efficiency, they can also make error and perpetuate bias without human interactions. So this lack of human oversight can lead to unintended consequences and ethical concern. A study by Financial Stability Standard Board found that increasing use in AI and machine learning in finance has concern about the potential that this technology to undermine the financial stability and market integrity. Beyond having the favorable impact on the environment, AI also have negative impact on the environment. The use of AI in manufacturing industry can lead increasing consumption of resources such as water, raw materials, and also one of the most significant concern is the amount of energy that required to train and operate the AI algorithms. This energy often generated a fossil fuel, leading to increasing greenhouse emissions. Recently, we have read a lot of news about ChatGPT. The research showed that as I'm as lecturer after giving the presentation, I am 30. Also, ChatGPT needs clean water every 20 to 50 questions that our student ask to them. Even if I ask to the ChatGPT, so they need drink a clean water. So we compete with ChatGPT to earn this clean water. And also, this is why artificial intelligence should be ethical. There are so many problems arising due to implementation of AI. For example, the increasing criminal use AI-based voice technology. Based on survey on Pindrop, company that create system security software, reported that they are increasing by 350% in voice fraud. For example, using a deepfake or synthesizing exciting image and video using machine learning. And also challenge about the human right. AI in criminal justice system, for example, have discrimination concern. The recidivist risk scoring software used across the criminal justice system show incident the discrimination based on race, gender, and ethnicity. Also, the concern about the right to privacy. Machine learning model can accurately synthesize the data and estimate personal characteristics such as gender, age, marital status, and occupations from our cell phone location data. And also, the other concern is about the right to work. Automation has resulted in job loss and job displacement. This is why AI should be ethical. We can categorize artificial ethics into two groups. The first is ethics of AI, and the second is ethical AI. Ethics of AI related to ethical issue related to AI, including ethical issue when designing the AI. For example, data privacy concern, transparency, and also ethical issue caused by AI. For example, unemployment, wealth distributions, and ethical AI is ethical behavior AI as agents. How AI should interact with AI ethically, and how AI should interact with human. Because AI can monitor the employee, so they should interact with human ethically. Also, how AI should operate ethically in society. Ethics of AI will drive the ethical AI. So we should concern about the ethical AI in development process, and also how the AI interact with human, with social, also with other AI. There are some conflicting moral judgment, ethical issue when using AI. We can categorize into several dimensions. Moral issues when using AI. For example, in organizational use of AI, the ethical issue is concerned when AI is used to monitor the employee. System can monitor the employee real time by watching and recording their screen and also whom they interact with, and then compare the best benchmark, and this monitor system by AI to make sure high performance employee. But it is also raise a fear that employee worry about they should work longer and without break, and also limit the autonomy. In the dimension of AI data and development, the ethical issue concern about the data collection, data privacy, and also carbon footprint and overall impact on the environment of the large scale of AI model. Based on the Artificial Intelligence Index Report 2023, they compare the large machine learning model. For example, GPT, Cooper, OPT, and Bloom. They compare this learning model and their consumption and their consumption and emission of carbon dioxide. And I think the result is surprising that for example, blooms emitted almost 1.4 times more than average American use in 1 year, and also 25 times of the consume energy to flying one passenger round trip from New York to San Francisco, for example. So the result finding of the research is surprising for me, especially that AI carbon emissions are higher than real life of humans. In the dimensions of AI, the ethical issue is also in, for example, in AI system decisions of whom or what to crash into when the brakes fail on the self-driving system. Because in self-driving system, in emergency situation, AI should decide who or what to crash. This is very, very ethical issues in using AI in system self-driving system. Also in crime predictions. Once bias data were used by the AI agents, and the bias will become the ongoing problem. For instance, software that used to predict the criminal show bias against the specific race. This is the result for the research result for from Artificial Intelligence Index Report 2023. They compare ImageNet versus Instagram before they train and after training. And it's found that both ImageNet and Instagram after training are more fair and less biased in assessing gender and social membership. But I think as Pak Mahendra said, that this is necessarily not ethical, because user or us may not realize that when we uploaded our video or photo in Instagram, they use our photo and video to learn for AI. So AI learn from my data to be more clever than before. This is the research result from Artificial Intelligence Index 2023. And this is framework. So this is why ethical AI should be ethics. This is the framework to assess the ethicality of AI. I adapt from Telkom and Anderson 2022. We can categorize 3 dimensions to assess the ethicality of AI. The first is in organizational use of AI. The second in AI data and development, and the third in AI decisions. When we assess the ethicality in organizational use of AI, the key questions is, for example, does the applications and the use of AI violate any of the moral foundations? The moral foundations in the assessing this framework refers to care, fairness, loyalty, authority, and also purity. The second question, does the use of AI balance the competing goals of different stakeholders? And how does the organizations handle the trade-off between the different stakeholders involved with the use of AI? And in the AI data and development dimensions, the key questions to assess the ethicality of AI is where all the moral foundation represent or at least considered and in the team designing the AI and in data used to train it, or does the ongoing data collection process for the operation of AI or its use of data violate any of moral foundations? And the AI decisions, the key question to assessing the ethicality of AI is, will the AI decision will be perceived to violate any of the moral foundation? And how does AI make trade-off between competing moral foundation and how this can be justified? There are some moral foundations that we should consider when assessing the ethicality of AI. For example, the first is care. Care is concern about the general desire to elevate suffering and foster the well-being. And about the fairness, concern of whether parties were treated fairly or equally. And the third is about the loyalty, concern about the need of individual form the cohesive coalitions that can compete against the other coalitions. And the fourth is authority, concern about the managing and maintaining effective status, hierarchy, legitimacy, and also the directions. And also concern about the purity, concern in physical, spiritual cleanliness, and avoiding pathogen, parasite, and also disease. When we assess the ethicality of AI, we should consider at least 3 factors. The first is feature and social impact of AI, and also the human factor. In feature dimensions, we should assess the transparency of AI, data security and privacy, autonomy and intentional and responsibility. And the social impact, we should consider the automation and job replacement because EA, and also accessibility, and also democracy and civil rights. In human factor, we should consider the accountability, ethical standard, and human rights laws. In the last part of our presentation, I would like to share with all participants our research based on AI, that our research team from Faculty of Economic Business Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta developed AI-based greenwashing detections. The sustainability issue is currently receiving a lot of attention from public because the result of climate change. So there are many efforts from regulator and society to improve the sustainability reporting. Therefore, we interest to develop the system how to detect the greenwater company. Greenwashing is general situations where firm or organization provide claim, appearance or implication of environmental friendly actions where actually they engaging in environmentally neutral or unfriendly or even unfriendly actions. So they just show in social media that they are friendly, environmentally friendly company, but actually they neutral or they have unfriendly actions. Greenwashing is serious problem for firms and also consumer, especially in terms of market competitiveness and false advertising. And fraudulent greenwater accrue the social benefit and profit of being a sustainable organization with little of the actual worth. This is our model to classify that a company as a greenwater or not. The greenwater firm is when they have bad environmental performance, but they have positive communication in Twitter, Instagram, but even on TikTok or their website. Then when they have positive communication but low environmental performance, we classify it with greenwashing firms. And this is our model from algorithm-based learning model that we are now developing. We use the quantitative input of data such as environmental performance and also subjective input of data such as environmental disclosure, corporate governance. And this data we design the algorithm-based learning model. Also, of course, we are not alone. We collaborate with expert in information technology and technique. We develop the algorithm-based learning model to based on this data to yield decisions to detect which company doing greenwater or not. This is the last of my presentations. That I hope that this model can be useful for stakeholder in detecting fraudulent in sustainability reporting and promoting to achieve sustainability development goals. Thank you. But prior closing the statement, I have a quote for today that AI is designed to help human. But if AI use more than the human mind, then the helping function of AI are questioned. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you, Dr. Ratna. So the great presentation. Along of the presentation, I feel AI is the big problem for us, for the ethical issues. There is a there is many issues in ethical issues in when we using AI, like law issue and environmental issues and job issues and anything else. In the end of presentation, she tried to give a big question: what can we do? What should we do? And try to share her research on how can we use the AI to solve our problem. So just like a previous presenter, it's very welcome to all the participants to asking questions. Thank you for this room. From the Zoom, you can use chat room.
Okay, thank you for the time and opportunity. Thank you for your explanation, Mrs. Ratna Chandra Sari. I'm Ilham. I want to ask the question regarding the ethical issues. In your opinion, does the use of AI need to be made into an international standard policy in the future so that it doesn't have a negative impact, especially on ethics in the world of education? For example, policies in making financial decision or other decision making. Thank you.
Thank you. While waiting from the Zoom, anything else? Oh, Prof. Setiabudi.
Yeah, matur nuwun. Thank you very much for the time. Still about ethics. Most of my research use the ethical issues as a main problem or attractive issues in the global theoretical and empirical discourse. So I would like to know, I think it's continuing the previous topics presented by Prof. Isma. I would like to know that, is there any threshold of ethical using the AI or interaction with the AI? That's why the beginning question from Mas. I would like to know, is there any research that try to investigate about the ethical threshold? Because the most challenging topic in ethics is not about the ethical itself, but also it's about the perspective of ethics. That's why there is so many theoretical framework of ethics, and then continuing the effect of the implementation of ethics. One of the problem of artificial intelligence here is there any ethical threshold in maybe one or two area or in the using artificial intelligence that scholars maybe find out the ethical threshold that may accept, may be accepted by the user of artificial intelligence that may not harm each other, from the user of artificial intelligence itself. Because in 2008, there is a research published in Journal of Business Ethics, discussing about the ethical threshold, but in business area, in business area, how to make a decision and so on, with the sample of business student. So in this attractive issues for artificial intelligence and the future challenges for us in the academic environment, it is I think it's very important to make sure that we have to develop the threshold or limitation or ban how the ethical play in the artificial intelligence activities. Okay, I think that's all. Hopefully, Bu Ratna Chandra have various example of the ethical threshold for the artificial intelligence issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Setiabudi. Maybe Dr. Ratna can answer the two questions first. After that, we have two questions from the Zoom. So,
thank you, Mr. Mahendra. I'm like ChatGPT that 30 out after answer two questions, not 20. Thank you for Mr. Irham. Does the use of AI need standard policy? Yes, sure. I agree with you that we need a standard policy to determine our AI is ethical or not. There are so many. I have read some papers from Journal Database Management 2020. They collect some framework to assess the ethicality of AI. For example, based on Europe Commission high-level expert group on AI, Europe Commission 2090, they give ethical framework to assess the ethicality of AI. For example, they have human agency and override technical robustness and safety, privacy and data governance, transparency, diversity, and social, environmental, and well-being, and also accountability. Yes, I agree that the use of AI, especially in academic, need standard policy. Thank you. And from the Prof. Setiabudi Indartono, because he is my senior, he know the answer itself, I think. So it just tests to me. Yeah, but I'm really sure about the threshold, Prof. But I just read some papers, use some frameworks to assess the ethicality of AI. For example, in Journal of Computer Education, they assess the university teacher perception and responsibility and artificial intelligence in higher education using the experimental philosophical study. They answer the respondent to assess the ethicality of AI based on the framework that proposed by the previous study. For example, they should to give perceptions about the data privacy of using AI, about the responsibility of the AI, and also the value of the autonomy, also harm principle of responsibility, etc. Prof. So I think that I'm not sure about the threshold itself, but as long as I know that that some researcher using the ethical framework to assess the ethicality of AI. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
May I give some a
Yes.
little bit notes? Okay. Based on research in 1997, I think, about the meaning of the threshold. Shock in 1979. Yeah, it's a long time ago, but I use it. His perspective here to my research before. They said that, for example, about commitment. Sometimes we accept the commitment behavior of one. So we have a threshold of acceptance of commitment behavior. When we don't accept their behavior, so we can tolerate their behavior of commitment, for example. Out of the acceptance and our tolerance of their behavior, so we can reject their commitment behavior. So show us about there are three categories of responding the behavior, accepting the behavior, and then tolerate with their behavior, and then reject it, rejecting the behavior. So there is a lot of look like a line, pen, or limitation about how far the behavior are accepted, and out of them we can still tolerate the behavior, and out of them we can reject their behavior. So if we have a pen, we have a limitation, we have a threshold, about the action or behavior of one, so we can maybe how we interact with artificial intelligence, we accept that. This is ethical ethical limitation. Or if we still assume that the ethical not accepted, but still be tolerate, so we still can say it's okay, even it's not this not so ethics for us, and out of them it's not ethic anymore. I think this is very interesting, but because about ethical issues is not the ended issues right now, and very dynamic in the near future of our research. That's why I want to discuss. Maybe Bu Ratna Chandra have more information about that. If don't, you can continue to your research. Thank you very much.
I'm like in dissertation examinations right now. Okay, I try to answer, but I think it is interesting opinion about the threshold of our tolerance to ethical of AI. But I think that our threshold in tolerance of the AI will depend on the personal characteristic of individuals. For example, the ethicality, sensitivity of human, moral discernment, or moral imagination of person will impact the threshold of the our tolerance in ethical issue in AI. So I think we need to collaborate to research, further research, Prof. I think this is for me. Thank you.
Thank you. So actually the time is up, but we are still 4 person in the Zoom. Maybe we can give it's Bu Ida from this room. Yes. Yes. The question. The problem is the time is up. So it is the 4 questions for 4 person. So I will give them all of the participants to ask the question. Let's start from Miss Tusnu. After that, Miss Zahroratus Solika, Miss Zahro, Miss Indah, and Miss Susanti. So, Miss Tusnu. Sorry, Miss Tusnu.
Unmute from the house. Okay, all right. All right, thank you very much, Mr. Mahendra. Congratulations for the community of
I'm sorry, the time is 1 minute, yeah, Miss.
All right, okay. Thank you very much to allow me as a participant for this amazing event. It's the best for annual conference in Faculty of Economic and Business. I would like to ask Dr. Ratna, as you know, lately we have news about Sweden as the country that really good in education. They're going back to use textbook and also handwriting, yeah, for the education. In some of institute, like the researcher called Karolinska said that there's a clear scientific evidence that digital tools impair rather than enhance student learning. So what do you think about this? Because as you know, in Indonesia, we have a really low ranking for the literacy. So how you have a suggestion, maybe you have a suggestion for us as a lecturer to improve the literacy, but also using AI in a good way. And what do you think about the Sweden way right now, going back to the textbook and also for the handwriting in learning? Thank you.
Thank you. For the next person, Ms. Zahro, 1 minute. Tolong hostnya di unmute itu. Zahro.
Okay. Is my voice clear enough?
Yes,
Mr.
1 minute. I'm sorry,
Okay.
the time
Actually,
is
1 minute
limited.
is a little bit tight for my question, but I'm going to try to make it as short as possible. So thank you so much for the opportunity. My name is Zahra Tusalia. I'm actually a lecturer at Management Department at Faculty of Economics and Business, Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta. So it is very interesting if we're talking about AI, because like in the evolving, we know that there's a interplay between human competence and also the usage of AI. And one of the main issue is regarding to the ethical matters. Yeah, I was actually intending to ask about the ethical matters, but since the first and the second participant already asked about the ethical matters, I would like to change my lens, shift my lens, and then I will bring the second most problematic concern about the AI is about the knowledge development. Yeah, despite the ethical usage of AI, there's also a problem regarding to the effect of AI in the willingness of people to develop their knowledge. I would like to know Ms. Ratna opinion on this, because like as we know, if we going back to the topic about financial decision, we know that personal attribution and also the competence play a crucial role in financial decision making, which also regarding to one's knowledge in finance. So what is your opinion on DEI, on especially the effect on the knowledge development for people who are in the place for making financial decision? I think that's all from me. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The next question, Ms. Susanti Kurniawati.
Mas host.
Hello, you can hear my voice?
Yes, 1
Mr.
minute.
Hendra?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Clear.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Ratna. It is very good presentation about your topic. This I appreciate. This is the new topic and very good for me. My name is Santi Kurniawati. I'm from Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. At your closing statement, you said that IA, EA is help for our life, help human, and it's all right. Is it a 100% right? And the AI can help build our knowledge, our skimming for the data and information, but related to the ethical behavior that you said, both for user or for provider or for seller, we often find for the unethical behavior in education or in the business operate like this. For example, we often find that cheating, steal of personal data, and unethical behavior like this. My question is how we will prevent for the unethical behavior, both in education or business or another like this, because we often find that is an honest behavior like this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think that's all. Miss Indah.
Ya, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yeah, thank you for Mr. Mahendra Ph.D. For giving me opportunity to ask my question. Yeah, I think the topic from Bu Ratna about artificial intelligence era and ethical consideration. I think it's very enlightening our knowledge to know more about this issue. Okay, I'm very interested in the statement in the slide 28, about the ethical issue of AI is social impact, automation and job replacement, accessibility, democracy and civil rights. I think in Indonesian case, a country with almost 76 million population, so we will have great problem, such as reducing amount of job when corporate or business using AI in their activity. In other side, maybe we need more time to minimize people competence and creativity. So besides giving more benefit, I think AI also give negative impact to people and environment. My question is, what's the appropriate strategy for government or corporate, or maybe I want to know more about your opinion, how to manage the changing of this phenomena. Thank you, Bu Ratna Chandra.
Thank you, Miss Indah. So you can ensure it all in short.
Thank you, Mr. Mahendra. Ms. Kusto, thank you for the questions. I agree with you that we cannot replace the textbook and handwriting in our educational methods. I agree with that, but we also should adjust our learning methods or education method strategy to teaching them, because they are generation millennial and also generation Z, that they like to more changing in learning style from verbal, visual, and virtual. So I agree with you that we do not need to replace all of this from class, but use this technology as to implement, supplement. So it's more be engaging in class. I agree with you that we can replace the existence of lecture, handwriting, and also textbook. I think this is my opinion, Ms. Kusno, and then I will go to the next question from Ms. Zahrotus. What is EA effect on financial decisions? Yes, in financial decision making, I agree with you. There are some example platform that use EI in portfolio decision making, risk assessment, and also and insurance, choosing the right insurance strategy, for example. This EI, but this EI decisions is based on data, both structure and unstructured, that used by algorithms. So how accurately the decisions is really depend on the data and also the algorithm and feature that we use to produce these decisions. Thank you. And then the next from Ms. Susanti. Thank you for the questions. How to prevent the unethical AI? I think that we can prevent ethical AI, prevent to AI from unethical result. We can start from the development process. The development process from the AI development, and because I'm sorry, I still find the slide about the ethical. Yeah, I think how to prevent AI to do unethical things. We can start with develop the ethics of AI, because when designing and development AI, and also we should consider the impact of AI, and then the ethics of AI will drive the ethical AI. How ethical AI behavior as an agent, how AI should interact with other AI ethically, how they should interact with us as human ethically, and how should AI operate ethically in society. I think this is my answer for Ms. Susanti. Thank you very much for the questions. And for Ms. Indah, I agree with you how to manage the job loss from AI implementations. I agree with you that AI can reduce can produce the job loss, but also create the new job era. For example, the job that can be replaced by that cannot be replaced by AI is the job that need a high strategic thinking, creativity, and human empathy, for example. So I think I agree with Prof. Noor that this is not replacement but transform it the position of jobs. Thank you. I think the next presenter is ready in here. Pak Mahendra, thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Ratna. So before we move to the next presenter, thank you for the discussion. It's very wonderful and great discussion. We will just give a token of appreciation of a certificate. Oh, since Okay, since the next presenter already joined the Zoom, we will start for the next presenter from Dr. Frendy. He is from Nagoya University, Japan, and Frendy, I'm sorry, my mistake. He's associate professor from Nagoya University of Commerce, University, Japan. His research is on the sustainability and information system and AI use, and he will bring the topics about impact of generative AI on accounting practice, education, and ethical concerns. So to make it short, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mahendra. So first, I would like to say thank you. I'm very honored to be able to participate and share some of what I know about generative AI on accounting practice, accounting education, and some of the ethical concerns. So let's begin with some of the agendas I'll talk about today. So I'm going to classify today's talk into 4 parts. So the first is very general, just to give an overview of what generative AI is, how it works, and it's the general consensus on the current impact of AI on future jobs and economy as a whole. And then we'll go through how it could impact first accounting practice and then accounting education. I believe part 3 will be quite interesting as it is the field that is the closest to us as accounting educators. And then fourth, we're going to discuss some limitations on the generative technology at the moment and some ethical implications from the perspective that I can share today. So if you look at the picture here on the left, you might, at the first glance, you might not know that this is actually generated by AI. So at the current state of the technology, AI could already produce a pretty convincing set of, you can say, artwork, right? So even in the field that relies a lot of creativity, generative AI could partly do it. So this is the output of the prompt used by one of the several AI technology that could be used to generate arts. All right, so I'll just go through this quickly, as I believe the previous presenters has captured some of the definition and how AI works in general. So AI is a very broad set of technology that relies on machine learning. So that's the precursor of the technology behind AI, machine learning. And what we call AI that we currently use most of the time right now, which is ChatGPT, it is a subset of AI technology. So we call it the generative AI that relies on NLP, natural language processing. So this technology has existed for decades, but now it has received a maturity in which it's available for wide use for free in the internet. So the working process behind these generative AI tools such as ChatGPT, it relies on training of a big data, large number of data. So mostly text, but at the current, the most recent and up-to-date version of ChatGPT, it could also process and analyze images, documents, etc. So all generative AI technologies relies on training with a big data. And this is the key here. Depending on the quality of the data used for the training, the quality of the output generated by the AI could also differ significantly. So to summarize, the language learning models, large language models used for by tools such as ChatGPT, could perform mostly these four functions. It could summarize certain amount of text, make it more concise, translate from one language to the others, correcting grammatical errors, and answering questions like a chatbot. So I believe everyone here are pretty familiar with a lot of these functions already. Okay, so why are we choosing the topic of AI in this conference? I believe because of its impact, not just at the current moment, but in the future as well. So a lot of studies that being done by a lot of NGOs and research institutes. So I just picked one report from McKinsey and Company. So they predicted that AI could contribute at least from 2.6 to around $8 trillion impact on the global economy through a new business model that comes from the adoption of AI, and then the increase of productivity by the people who utilize it as a tool in their workflow. And then the same report also go into pretty deep details on what kind of career or job that could be heavily impacted by this AI technology. So I picked one of the exhibits in the report, and I highlighted two parts that's relevant for participants in this conference. So first, educations. Okay, so educations, as we all of the participants in today's conference member of, AI is inevitable. So even if we forbid our students to don't use AI, they will have to use it after they graduate. So at least in the perspective that I take, we have to prepare our students to face the challenge of using AI in the future. So we can see these two are connected to each other. The impact of AI on education, and when they graduate, it's our students who will face its practical use in the business professions. Okay, so another more details on this impact. Again, this blue bar shows that regardless of the field of educators or business professionals that our students are interested in, it seems there's no escape from AI. Okay, business educators, STEM professionals, office supports, even managers, they will have to be prepared to this challenge. So let's explore what are the potential impacts on AI on accounting practice. So accounting practices refer to many functions that are performed by accounting function either within the company or by auditors or consultants. So I share with you the interesting article that shows how ChatGPT performs in CPA exams. Okay, so this is the US CPA exam, which is pretty tough. So they have like 4 sections: audit, business and economy, financial and accounting, and regulations, which is taxations. So we can see that using the latest ChatGPT 4, did AI pass the CPA exam test? So the threshold is 75%. The answer is yes. They just passed it with pretty good score as well. Okay, but then when we compare it with the previous version of this ChatGPT, it failed miserably, right? So this finding shows how in quite a short term, probably within 1 or 2 years, the generative AI technology has advanced quite a lot so that it could just pass the CPA exams. Okay, so I think this finding could give some concern with CPA exam preparers, not just in US, but all over the world as well, including Indonesia. All right, so what are the opinions of CPAs in practice on the potential use of AI? So first, most of them are pretty confident that they could use it to boost productivity of their workers. Okay, and there are two parts of function of accounting that's highlighted here: audit and tax. So these two functions rely a lot of repetitive tasks, right? Procedures they have to perform quite repetitively. So AI could function very well and provide a boost to cut time and labor use for some of the repetitive tasks used in these functions. Okay, and then when we refer to the first function of large language model, that it has pretty good capability to summarize informations. So if we have some technical informations, in this case auditors, if auditors want to explain some technical accounting or audit terms into simpler terms to their clients, generative AI could help immensely. So facilitating communication with clients with their auditors, there's a good point for application of AI there. And then on the left side, these are some of the functions in financial reporting that could be automated using the AI functions. So if we look at these lists, most of them are functions that quite repetitive and could be delegated to AI functions. And lastly, the member of the profession also highlighted that it doesn't matter how good the AI is, in the end of the day, it's still the human, the users, who have to ask the AI to do something. And it's also the human as the user who also have to decide whether to accept, reject, or modify the output that the AI generated. So in this conference, we provide a very good opportunity to give us some new perspective on how to go moving forward, how to address these tools. Okay, so to summarize, in many accounting functions, we realize that there are many tasks that could be automated. For example, journal entry of common transactions. Once they come up pretty frequently, AI could handle that. So there's no longer need to manually input the journal entry. And then data analysis. These functions usually used not by accountants, but it's used more by the managers themselves, right? Once they receive the financial statements and notes, usually managers who don't have background in accounting have some difficulties understanding it. So using AI to gain the basic insight from those data will be very helpful for upper management's task. And then financial forecasting, of course, management accounting already have some techniques they use to do financial forecasting, but usually it relies on very basic assumptions like constant growth or past performance. So by using AI, several new factors could be integrated to make the forecast more accurate. Audit process. So as probably a few of the participants today have some experience working as an auditor, usually there are some tasks that have been performed in the past audit years. So using AI to streamline those processes could help with productivity. Assistance, risk management, compliance, and in the end of the day, cost savings from the increase in productivity from the workers that utilize these functions to make their job more engaging. So to sum up, we can say that in general, the member of the professions have a very positive outlook on the use of AI in enhancing the productivity of their work. Okay, so this is another graph to show that impact of professions in the next 5 years. If you look at the results, 34% answer that yes, the impact will be transformational. So it's even higher than high impact. So I think this could motivate us to change the way we teach accounting and integrate it in our syllabus, as is the students who will face the how to understand how to use the technology, how to interpret it, and what are the pitfalls that they have to understand on these tools. Okay, so again, so the professions as a whole, based on the surveys, they are not really pessimistic at all. They are very excited to use these AI tools to enhance their workflow. How about the perspective from accounting educators themselves? So I've collected some papers, materials to see some of the few first outcomes or policy regarding the use of AI. So as some of the questions that I heard from the previous sessions asked about the policies, how do we use AI? So again, this goes back to the policy of each institution. So I believe almost all universities, probably in Indonesia as well, have come up with the guidelines on how should students and the professors use AI in the class. So Harvard has come from one, University of Tokyo has come with one as well. So in general, I believe all the school agrees that AI could not be used in exams, right, or answer questions, or to provide answers for the evaluations of the students' learning performance. I think all universities have pretty much agree on that. But how deep should this rule be enforced? Should we disallow AI at all in the classroom? That's another issue, right? Forbidding it to use in exam is, of course, pretty much universal, I believe, at this point. But moving forward from that restriction, we have to learn and think about how to integrate it in our classroom. So this is one pretty recent article from Issues in Accounting Education. So I believe dozens of professors have participated in this paper, and they asked ChatGPT to answer accounting assessment questions from many fields. So let's check the results. Okay, so based on this paper, the quality of the output that has been published by this paper shows that human students, well, the students, they still have, in average, much higher performance than ChatGPT. All right, but if we look in more details, this average performance actually differ quite significantly based on what field of accounting does the students this assessment question is from. If the questions is from the field of accounting information system, then ChatGPT is pretty accurate, okay, compared to if the questions relates to financial accounting or managerial accounting, or even tax, which usually have smaller data sets to train with. Then, if we consider the level of the students and the assessment questions, it seems like the performance of ChatGPT is more or less pretty much universal. So there's no big difference in their performance when answering questions intended for graduate, junior, or freshman undergraduate students. Okay, so what's the takeaway from this paper? At this point in time, it seems like the ability of ChatGPT to answer accounting assessment questions for college students is still pretty limited. But as we've seen in the previous slides, technology catch up very fast. Okay, so it will be not surprising if in the next few years, the generative AI technology will do much better than human. Okay, so how do we integrate this AI technology in the learning process? So this is one framework that we could use to introduce AI in the classroom. So this is called the PEF framework, okay, introduced by August Akar. And using these 4 steps, we could try to pose several questions about concepts that we usually teach manually and use AI to introduce it to the students. So the first step is formulate the problem or issues, what concept the students should learn, and then input it into the appropriate AI tools, and then interact with it. Okay, so this part is usually misunderstood as just one step. Okay, so actually AI tools could be asked to be interacted multiple times in a conversation. So they have some inherent short-term memory, so it's possible to have conversation with them. And then lastly, after the students experience using this AI tool in the classroom, it'll be very insightful to get their feedbacks, what are the takeaways on their experience with the tools. So I use one example here, okay? Let's imagine I'm teaching an auditing class. So I want to teach the concept of audit strategy, okay? So I go to the ChatGPT, for example, and then I ask the tools to develop an audit strategy, okay? So first, we have to develop a prompt, okay? And this part should become the student's responsibility, okay? So let's say this page, this slides, is the page that the students will receive, okay? So we ask them to interact directly with the AI tools. So they are free to use what AI generative language that they prefer. So we guide them step by steps on what they should do. So for example, first, identify the company, and then understand business environment and financial reporting risk. And then ask them to use the AI tools to solve the problems, okay, on developing the audit strategy. And component 3, this is the meat of the learning process. So provide guidance to the students to use the tools so that it could generate that output that they desire. So provide them with chance to experiment and then refine the prompt until they get the results that they want. And then how do the professor evaluate their work? So we could ask the students to keep a record of all the prompt they have with them, so they take it seriously, okay? And then lastly, after the assignment is finished, we could ask some of these questions to let the students have some chance to reflect on their learning experience. And then using these responses, we could use it to refine the assignments in the future, okay? So using this example, I'll show you my experience using this framework, okay? So to summarize, how accounting professors could use this generative AI, not as the things that we should avoid to use, but how to utilize it as our teaching assistant, okay? So first, we have to be able to learn some keywords to engage with the AI tools, how to make them create an accurate and compelling output, okay? So tell them the concept is, and then specify the audience. And then tell them what they need and describe the style of the writing. Okay, so to give you an example, this is some prompt you could use, okay? So just replace the concept with the theory that you want the output for. So yeah, let's go with these examples. Okay, so this is the first prompt. So for this experiment, I use the Bing chat. So first, you provide setup for the expectation, who are the audience for the output that you want to, how do you want the output will be, let's say multiple paragraphs, one paragraph. This should be specified beforehand. And then in the second part of the interactions, okay, so they provide some tips for the next prompt, okay? So we just follow the instructions. Let's say I want the students to learn about audit strategy. The audience is college students, okay? So this is the output. So this is let's say a template that we could use to teach this concept back to the students, okay? Or we could use this as an example on how students will receive the output themselves. Let's say if we ask them to use AI to learn about audit strategy, okay? So this is the output that they could get, and then we could use the output to discuss what are these specific components in the class, okay? So as we can see, the output is pretty comprehensive, and then the tool could also provide some hints or some example of analogies that the professor could use to explain the concept of audit strategy using a more simple concept for them to understand. So this is just one example on how we could use these tools as a teaching assistant, or how to design assignments that's based on the use of this generative AI. Okay, so to sum up, I think I want some more time for the Q&A. So I'll just go through this faster. So first, the issues of generative AI is the model that they use, okay? Because they need to use a large set of data sets to train the model, the issue of privacy and security, that's the first thing that comes to mind. So be careful when you put some confidential information in ChatGPT, because I believe they already state that they could use that information you put in the software as a learning model, okay? So your, let's say, if you put sensitive business information to ChatGPT, your competitors could extract it out of the model if they ask the prompt, okay? So first, let's quickly give an overview on limitation of generative AI. First, this is a pretty obvious one, is hallucinations. So most of the time, AI don't want to admit that they don't know the answers of the questions. So they just come up with some ideas or opinions. They are fictional. They are not factually correct. So this one examples, right? Who are the sole survivors of Titanic? So if we ask this in ChatGPT, they come up with a name and tell them some story, right? But then if we ask more, if we push the tools to provide us with the source of this fact that the ChatGPT stated at the beginning, then the tools realize they just make a mistake, okay? There's no one single survivor of Titanic. After Titanic, right? There are 705 survivors. So even with the ChatGPT provide this one answer, then it's already proved that they could provide an output that's totally fictitious. And then providing reliable bibliography, this is still, I believe, a very significant weakness of ChatGPT. So researchers should be very careful on using these tools to generate literature review, for example. Okay, so for example, out of these 4 lists, 2 that doesn't exist, 1 have different author, and only 1 is real. Okay. Okay, again, concept of data security. So please read carefully the data privacy policy of each AI tools. Do they use the data that you put? Do they sell it to other party? It could be big concerns. And then plagiarism, especially for academics. I think this is very important to set up policy. If students use AI tools in their homework, how should they cite it? Okay, I believe there have been a couple of approach out there that allow some students or professors to cite ChatGPT and how to do it. And then user spoofing. So this is quite similar to hallucinations. So creating fake data that doesn't exist, and then interacting with it feels real. And next limitation of AI is sustainability, especially in the early stage of the training of the model, which require a lot of specialized hardware, which is very expensive, and it generates a lot of electricity and heat. That's another concern as well. I won't go through much about this ethical and legal issue of AI models, as I believe the previous presenters have done a very comprehensive work on it. I'll just give some of my perspective on the ethics and legal issues, which concern of the bias and the fairness. Okay. So again, the issue of ethics is very closely related to legal issues. So depending on the region in which you work or live, the use of AIs that relies on several data sets could be illegal. For example, the US federal law, if you use these informations then that have information on sex, race, age, etc., you might be breaking the law. Okay, now let's quickly review the issue of bias in AI system. So most of this bias comes from the limitation of data used in the training of the model. Okay, so this concept is still true even for AI. So the concept of garbage in, garbage out still applies here. If the input that's given to the AI model is biased in one way or another, the output will not be accurate or representative or not fair as well. Okay, so a lot of these limitations, some of you might have already familiar with it in statistics course, for example, or research method course. Okay, for example, here we have two training data, right? Dogs and the cats. So probably for this, I want someone to give some response. So if you look at these two pictures and you are the AI, right? If you are given this picture, what is this? Is this a dog or the cat? Okay, probably I could call Professor Ratna.
Thank you. So,
what is this? If we are given this, this cute animal, this, what is this? Is it a cat or the dog?
Oh, cat and dogs, like a cartoon character,
yeah.
Cat and dogs.
Yeah, that's right. It should be a dog, right? Yeah, Mas Adi, thank you. It should be a dog, right? But if we put it into AI, they're confident this is a cat, right? Why? Because of the training data used, right? The training data use all cats with light colors, right? All the dogs are black, right? So if we show this to the AI, well, it makes sense. It's white, so it's cat. Okay. So I think this illustration could well summarize the bias that could still present in AI model, no matter how sophisticated it is. Okay. So a lot of this bias is related to the bias that exists in the data as well. So AI could just replicate it and confirm our biases. Okay. Okay, some of this bias, another example, a beauty contest. Okay. If we ask the AI to declare who is the most beautiful woman, let's say in 2016, and this beauty contest just in AI that is trained in, let's say, US or in Europe, okay, then what are the criteria of the most beautiful women? If the AI is trained using pictures of women from, let's say, Europe, Northern Europe, or United States, then mostly they'll refer to the Western beauty standards, right? Not the Asia or Africa beauty standards. Again, all of these biases is related to the bias that present in the training model. Okay, lastly, how do we manage all the risks of AI? So first thing, I think we could have as a takeaways is to don't trust it 200%. Okay, we have to be able to be critical on the output of the AI give, no matter how convincing it is. It's still a machine, so we have to conduct postmortem. Is it accurate or not? There's some bias that exists. And that's the second thing that should be considered, especially if you have the tools to affect what kind of model used to train the AI. So be aware on the statistical patterns on majority versus minority that exists in your data sets. Is there any outlier, or do you use average correctly? These things could affect the accuracy of the AI data. Okay, so good advice is to, again, this is more directed to the developer of the AI tools, regularly evaluate the training data. Okay, I think that's it, my presentation for today. Thank you very much for your attention. I'm looking forward for your questions.
Thank you. One or two questions? Maybe? Okay, one question for the room and one question from Prof. Isma. Okay, I think the two questions.
Okay, thank you for your presentation, Professor Frendy. I want to ask the question, in your perception, are AI answer or result accountable and sustainable? Moreover, when we making the decision that involve emotion, it doesn't only involve cognitive ones. How to manage and reduce the bias? Thank you.
Thank you. The next question, Prof. Isma.
Hi, Dr. Frendy.
Hello. Yeah.
Okay, just one question, because I happen to be an academic and who is teaching accounting information systems. Throughout your presentation just now, you showed me a slide that says it depends on what area of accounting which AI would be mostly affected, and it so happened that AIS is on the top list, right?
Yes.
So my question would be, as academician, how should I ensure, or what do I need to do to prepare myself to be a future-proof academician who will still stay relevant to the field and also, to the future generation?
Thank you. Two questions, Dr. Frendy. So you can answer.
All right, thank you. So I would like to answer the first questions. So I believe the questions is about the sustainability part of the AI. I think the sustainability issue is only relevant in the early part of the data training, the large language model training, because first it requires a lot of power, electricity, and specialized hardware to do that inefficiently. But then once the model is established, you have a complete algorithm, let's say ChatGPT 3.5. Actually, it takes not that much energy to run. So it's very energy efficient in that way. Okay. So the sustainability issue is only relevant in the early stage of the training process, which takes times, months, even years to develop a chat model that's as, let's say, sophisticated as ChatGPT. And then the issues of overcoming bias on the model, I believe that's not an easy question to answer, as, again, it's very hard to integrate everyone's opinions and biases in a fair way. So at the very early stage of the AI development, which is centered in North America and Western countries, we could see some of the bias probably play out. Let's say if we ask them some culture sensitive questions, or if we ask about religion, probably they won't give an answer that's, let's say, sensible for Indonesians, for example, because as we know, Indonesians' culture revolves a lot around society, let's say family, relationship, and religion, right? So probably they couldn't really handle that questions. So yeah, I think if anyone could develop the, let's say, chat GPT version of that use training models using Indonesian data, the output would be very different compared to one developed in Western countries, for example. So yeah, it's very important to consider the data training that used to train the model itself. Okay, I hope that answered the question. And then the second question from Professor Noor. So thank you for your questions, and I think I'm in your boat as well. I cannot claim I'm the expert in using AI in the accounting course, because I believe the relevance of AI tools still depends on what course that we teach, right? So let me go back to these slides. Yeah, this one. So if we teach Introduction to Accounting course, which one of the main learning objectives is to let students understand the concept of debit and credit, right? Because those learning objectives relies a lot on reasoning skills. I believe AI tools is not suitable to be introduced at the early stage, let's say Introduction to Accounting. But for students who are in the more advanced level of course, for example, auditing, year 3, year 4 courses, even AIS, I think especially AIS because it's intertwined with the issue of AI at the moment. I think it's very compelling to apply this framework to teach some of the more important concepts for the students. Because the risk that the students face if we don't teach this in the classroom is that when they go out in the working place or even, let's say, interview, and the people working in the companies, the interviewer, they're already excited on the use of AI tools, right, in the workplace, as we see in my previous slides. There will be a gap between these two. So we have to somehow integrate this AI as closely as possible to prepare the final year students to be able to be familiar with the tools, in this case the AI, and how they could treat it not as a crutch, but as a tool to help them succeed. So they not only need to learn how to use it efficiently, but how to be critical on the output, because a lot of people would just blindly trust the output, right, without further investigation or understanding of the limitations. Okay, I think that's all my responses. So I hope it answers your questions.
Thank you, Dr. Frendy. I think the time is up. So if there is no other question, from the committee will give a certificate or token of appreciation. Please, I just need your time, 1 or 2 minutes. This is thank you for the great opportunity to accompanying you, Dr. Frendy. We hope we can meet you in another occasion. Thank you. I think all the plenary session is already done, and the time I give it back to the Master of Ceremony. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mahendra Dinugroho, Ph.D. Ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is lunch break and pray. And the panel session will be held at 1 p.m. Don't forget to join us at 1 p.m. with panel session. Ladies and gentlemen, we will share attendance form and certificate link at the end of a plenary session. And while waiting to join again at 1 p.m., please enjoy our video. Thank you very much.
Wes lagi? Iya Bu, kita turun Bu.
Ntar aku nunggu Mbak Ida.
Tapi apa itu juga nggak usah.
Ntar kayak itu loh apa sih yang di hotel kalau ditaruh di lobi terus di hotel apa itu apa Pak lupa namanya.
Tes, Bapak Ibu disilahkan untuk makan siang di resto ground floor, di resto Seroja, karena ruang ini akan kami setting untuk Zoom.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The presentation of the International Conference of Ethics on Business, Economics, and Social Science in conjunction with the Annual Conference of Management Challenges 2020 is about to start. Ladies and gentlemen, before we start our panel session, let us start this by praying first. So the session will run well without any obstacle at all. Pray begins. Finish. Ladies and gentlemen, to start panel session for the presenters, please join your room based on guidebook. And all non-presenting participants, you can choose any room you want by using the breakout room feature. If you do not know how to use it or cannot find the button, please rename your account to include the room number you want to enter. Please rename your account using the following format. R, number your room, and underscores complete name. For example, R01 underscores Ratna Yudiati. Host will put you into the room of your choice. For the participant, you can choose the room that you're interested in. There are 10 rooms for ICE batch with different themes: economic, human resources management, accounting, education, business and management, financial management, and marketing management. And 2 rooms for ICOMC with different themes: business management, and education and economics. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, get link at the end of panel session.
Nice. And there will be a panel discussion session held after 5 presenters had delivered their presentation. The discussion session. Sorry. Okay. So there will be a panel discussion session held after 5 presenters had delivered their presentation. The discussion session will be held for around 10 to 15 minutes. Okay, it's going to be adjusted. Okay, depends on the response of the participation. Next one.
natural language processing and the data analytics to gain an actionable insights into the business behavior, preferences, and the needs of the customers, and through an exploration of the personalized recommendation, predictive analytics, chatbots, and the paper will demonstrate about the business which can create and seamless and then hyper personalized customers. And customer centricity in digital era. In a digital era, the customer's expectations that has been changed dramatically. The customers who can able to access the information, and by using the smartphones, they can able to get each and every details about the products or the services which is provided by the company. So the customers now demand seamless personalized experiences and quick responses across the multiple channels to meeting the customer's expectation, which is very, very vital for any organization to get success at present. The role of artificial intelligence in a business, as we know that artificial intelligence, which now transformed the entire business, the entire module of doing a business, which enhances the efficiency and driving innovation and creating a value for our business. And AI can perform the tasks that require the human intelligence, from analyzing the data to the natural language interaction in the realm of the customer's engagement. AI which enables the personalized marketing and 24/7 customer support, and we can able to make sentiment analysis, fostering trust and loyalty. And the predictive analytics, as we know that the artificial intelligence which can easily predict the things for taking a decisions to the top management. Before these technologies that has been introduced, there may be a lot of human efforts and then human requirements is required for the business. They have to collect the data and they have to manually work and they have to take the decisions. It will take a lot of effort and lot of time. But this artificial intelligence and these technologies, which will be very useful for any business, they can easily collect the data. For example, if you take Amazon or then Flipkart, the most popular e-commerce website is an Amazon. We go and search any product, means the product which we search in a search box, how many times we search for a product and what type of the product that we are searching. Like this, all this data that are automatically collected, and it provides personalized marketing by the company to tell about the product. They can provide an advertisement and they can able to give the personalized marketing to each and every customers. And like this, we can able to make customer experience more get satisfied and increasing the engagement rates, which tailor the content recommendations that captured the user attention. And efficient personalization process, which is being powered by the automation, which saves our time and resources and translating the business benefits into the next level. These are some of the advantages of using the AI to make the predictive analytics. We can easily able to understand the customer behavior, and we can able to make personalization at a very bottom level. And marketing optimization, we can marketing to each and every individuals in their own and required way. And automation and the customer support with the help of the chatbots and then everything, which we can able to provide more customer services more effectively and efficiently, and making informed decisions with the data-driven insights. That data-driven insights which inform the business across an organization, from the strategic planning to the day-to-day operations. We can able to predict the things very quickly, and which will be very, very helpful for the business and the managers to take decision very effectively. So by the customer sentiment, whether if you take in Netflix, which type of the movie the person watches more, on the base of the continuous data collection, the AI which can able to predict the emotions and the behavior of a person. So it will be very helpful for the company to understand that the person, what is his future requirement, and on the basis of that, they can provide the product and they can provide some recommendations to that particular person, so that the company get engaged with the customers, so the product and the services which is most required for the customers, they can able to provide the right product to the right customers at the right time. Some of the sentiment analysis tools which is most commonly used by the business nowadays is the natural language processing and the machine learning models and the social media analysis and the real-time analysis.
Conclude to examine the interest of mahasiswa and in technique and in investment is on interest in investing in the capital market. This research was concluded with a quantitative approach and the data used in the research is primary data method as is multiple linear regression analysis. The sampling technique used was the confidence sampling method, and that were about in the research. The data technique in the research is multiple regression test and is approached with EBSVS static 26.0. The result of this research show then the variable Tamaswati and investment risk have a positive effect on interest in investing in the capital market. Keyword Tamaswati and technique investment risk capital market. Because of the problem, investment activity in the capital market are still unpopular and research a level of society from to September 20 investment in the capital market interest by 30.55 from the positive in at the end of data at the end of March. So then Gen Z investors to invest in financial industry stock in Indonesia stock market in dominant by domestic investor from the millennial generation and generation Z with research from share in the finance sector, share in the infrastructure sector area also in demand by your investor. Research objective, Tamaswati and technique have a positive influence of interest in investing in the capital market. Investors have a positive influence on interest in investing in the capital market. Conceptual framework, Tamaswati and technique have a positive effect on interest in investing in the capital market. Investment risk has a negative effect on interest in investing in the capital market. To review the theory of planet behavior. On the theory planet of behavior and attitude toward behavior are important in prediction a person behavior, but when as Norman estimating behavior control a person must consider the person character. Tamaswati and technique niteni rock and nambah ke investment risk, the risk that will arise in the form of loss experienced by investor when investing. research methodologinya. This research as an method and the data as its primary data. The step as research into so the influence of independent variable on the independent variable y and variable short are the technique of Ismawati and X1 and investment risk X2 and interest in investing in capital market Y. The population used in the research were studied in Yogyakarta. The sampling technical for respondent was carried of us in confidence sampling method. The population in the study were studied in Yogyakarta. They taking the data sample of the respondent and the research sampling was shared of research and question in the form at a Google form which was dispersed only in July. The rest of the research, the significant value of Tamaswa, this 3N technique of the 0.000 less than 0.05 with a value of 6.160 more than 1.9749. So it can be concluded that the hypothesis with test that Tamaswa 3N technique have a positive effect on interest in investing in the capital market is accepted. The investment risk variable is 0.00 less than 0.05 with a value of 0.160 more than 5.962. So I can be conclude that the second hypothesis, which the investment risk a positive effect in the risk investing in the capital market, are accepted. Suggestion for future research to examine the distribution of questionnaires to increase the number of respondents for sample. Thank you.
You're welcome, Ms. Cindy Fanya. Yes. Maybe in the next, Ibu Dewi, artikel yang kedua akan dipresentasikan oleh siapa? Yes, Ma'am Dewi. Okay, maybe next. Septia Rosita Dewi. Yes. Septia Rosita Dewi from Universitas Negeri Malang.
Dewi Kusumawardani.
Oh, Dewi Kusumawardani untuk yang second paper?
Yes.
Oh yeah. Let's your presentation.
Ini belum bisa sharing langsung, bisa nggak? Good afternoon, Mr. M.Si. Let me introduce myself. My name is Candra. I'm studying at Universitas Mahasiswa. In this session, I will presentation about our topic, analysis of effect of investment, knowledge, and understanding of law and investing and studying interest in investing in the capital market. As such, this research was conducted to examine the influence of investment, knowledge, and understanding of teaching lantas orang simulio and studying interest in investing in the capital market. This research was carried out using a quantitative approach, and the data used in the research was primary data. The method used is multiple linear regression analysis. The technique used in the sampling was the convenient sampling method, and 100 sample data were obtained in this research. The analysis technique in this research use multiple regression tests and data processing use the IBM SPSS statistic version 225 software application. The ratio of the research show that the variable of investment knowledge and understanding of teaching lantas orang simulio have a positive influence on interest in investing in the market capital. Keyword, investment knowledge, langkah yang similar capital market. Decline the problem. The recent phenomenon of improving financial sector performance is also supported by a capital market depending strategy that is working well. The number of capital market investors has increased significantly to 7.38 million or up to 90.32% compared to 2020. Positive performance can also be seen from the increase in the number of digital public offering IPOs, namely 54 new companies conducting IPOs in 2021. A portion of capital market asset ownership in Indonesia is a domestic investor. The majority of capital market investors are also dominated by residents under 30 years of age. This category has relatively high financial and digital literacy, so it absorbs new information more quickly in the capital market. To support capital market development, the corporate income tax has been reduced to 22% throughout 2021. In addition, the government has also provided incentives for a lower corporate income tax rate, namely 19% for domestic corporate taxpayer in the form of public companies. Research objective 1. To find out whether investment knowledge has a positive effect on studying interest in investing in capital market. Number 2. To find out whether understanding in the techniques of the long-term stimuli has a positive effect on studying interest in investing in the capital market. Conceptual framework. Hypothesis 1. Investment knowledge has a positive effect on studying interest in investing in the capital market. Conceptual framework. Hypothesis 2. Long-term stimulus teaching has a positive influence on studying interest in investing in the capital market. Literature review. Theory of brand behavior. The main goal of the TBC is the project and understand the impact of individual intention on behavior, identify strategy of change behavior, and explain real human behavior. Agent 1921. Investment knowledge. Interest in investing is not inborn but is cultivated through education on experience. Wardani 2020. Pancasran Simulia. Pancasran Simulia is one of the teaching in Taman Siswa, which means that things or culture will bring happiness and prosperity. Wiantartono 2016. Research methodology. This research uses this method and the data used is primary data. This type of research aims to show the influence of the independent variable X on the dependent variable Y. The variables both are investment knowledge X1 and understanding of teaching of long-term stimuli X2 and studying interest in investing in the capital market Y. The population used in the research were studied in Yogyakarta. The sampling technique for respondents was carried out using the convenient sampling method. The population in this study were all studied in Yogyakarta, taking a data sample of 100 respondents. In this research, sampling was carried out using a questionnaire in the form of a Google form, which was distributed only in the May 2020. Result of the research. The significant value of investment knowledge is 0.000 less 0.05 with a value of 7.749 more than 1.8472. Then the p-value shows a positive number, namely 0.477. So it can be concluded that the hypothesis that the investment knowledge has a positive effect on studying interest investing in the capital market acceptable. 2. The variable understanding teaching of lawan sastrang stimuli has a significant value of investment knowledge of 0.000 less 0.05 with a value of 9.726 more than 1.98472. Then the p-value shows a positive number, namely 0.574. So it can be concluded that the second hypothesis that the understanding that understanding teaching langkah serangan Mulia has a positive effect on students' interest in investing in the capital market and is acceptable. Education for future research are expected to extend the scope of research by increasing the number of respondents who will be used as research sample and adding reference variables, technological advance, and other student teaching so that they can influence student interest in investing in the capital market. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Ayu. It was very interesting presentation. Since we were 3 presenters who had delivered their presentation, it's time for discussion session. I had selected some question. You can write the question in the chat section, or you can raise hand and read your question for the 3 presenters that had delivered their presentation. There's not yet. Okay, maybe we get second part. We get Septia Rosita Dewi. Is there any in the room? Is there in the room? Is in the room? Septia Rosita Dewi. Maybe next, Belinda Regina Putri. Belinda? Or maybe someone yang mewakili? Tidak ada? Dava Hasfi Mahardika. Jafar?
Yes, I'm in.
Okay. Okay, you can share your screen and start your presentation.
Thank you. Fine. Good afternoon. I'm Jaafar Mahardika with my partner Asyi Widianti, Dewi Cahyani Putri, Ilham Auliansa, and Sufanisa Alfilia. We will present the influence of the slogan "Please sekarang nanti" on e-commerce pay letter service provided on consumptive behavior of Faculty of Economic and Business Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta students.
E-commerce is all trading activities starting from the process to its implementation online and integrated networks are currently using the internet more because of more advanced development. The high number of e-commerce users is likely to have an impact on the payment system used by consumer, where most of the e-commerce mentioned previously have payment option using the pay letter system. The negative impact of the payment of the pay letter of Shopee pay letter payment method is that it creates anxiety in consumer or e-commerce users and creates a tendency towards consumptive behavior, especially with the slogan given, namely "Beli sekarang bayar nanti," which is likely to make users unable to control themselves so that they are more easily trapped into consumers' behavior. This research aims to find out the influence of using of slogan "Beli sekarang bayar nanti" in e-commerce pay letter service providers on student consumptive behavior at the Faculty of Economic and Business, Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta, whether they will get the same results or vice versa. Previous of the research, Anastasia's study in 2020 suggests that there is no substantial correlation between Shopee Pay Later and consumer spending habit. Nevertheless, the presence of the Bali Sekarang Bayar Nanti slogan may influence user with self-control challenge to engage in consumptive behavior once they become accustomed to and use Shopee Pay Later. According to the journal Buy Now Pay Later by Noor Ilahi 2022, the main factor driving people to continue shopping is the increase in the Shopee Pay Later balance limit, which is provided by Shopee based on consumer payment history.
Okay, the next topic is method, data, and analysis. In the study, a quantitative descriptive research method was used. Quantitative research is a type of research that describes, examines, and explains something as it is, drawing conclusion from observed phenomena using numerical data. The population in the study consists of students from the Faculty of Economics and Business at Yogyakarta State University. Using this population, the research selected a sample of FEB UNY students who meet the criteria of using pay letter surveys. The next of variable and data collection method. In this research, the independent variable is the we know pay letter slogan, which includes perceived usefulness, perceived ease of use, perceived security. The dependent variable is the consumer behavior of FEB UNY student. The data collection method in collecting data, the research distributed questionnaire to the predetermined sample. The next of theoretical framework. This is correlation between pay letter and consumption rate. Pay letter service can influence consumer behavior by altering spending pattern, financial discipline, and individual financial characteristics. Investigation this relationship can provide valuable insight into the dynamic of modern payment method and their effect on consumer choice and their financial.
Most respondents come from students of accounting and office administration education. Pay letter expense per month from respondents are 39% of 50,000 rupiah until 100,000 rupiah. Next, before hypothesis test, we do a classic assumption test. They are normality test, linearity test, and heterogeneity test. Based on the test, we have carried out the variable in this study plus the classic assumption test. Next, based on the result of the hypothesis test, using a simple linear regression, it can be found that the significance value is low of 5%, so that it can be concluded that the intensity of using pay later has a significant effect on consumptive behavior of students of the Faculty of Economic and Business, Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta. The constant beta value is 2.731, which means that if the independent variable is 0.000 and dependent variable is 2.731, the coefficient value of the independent variable is 0.637. So that if the independent variable increase, the consumptive behavior of student of Faculty of Economic and Business, Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta student will also increase. The variable of pay later usage has an adjusted square value of 0.533, which means that the consumptive behavior of students of the Faculty of Economic and Business, Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta is more 50% less by the intensity of pay later use, while the rest is influenced by another variable that we not study in this study. Next, research show that the intensity of using pay later among students of the Faculty of Economic and Business, Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta has a significant positive effect on student consumptive behavior. These results are in accordance with research conducted by Hini and Pratika 2021, which show that the use of pay later affect impulsive buying behavior. The use of pay later is contributed more 50% to the level of the student consumption needs special attention. This because the students are students who mostly do not have income. Action that can be taken to reduce this impact are by financial literacy movement to students.
As a result of the conducted research, the use of pay later by students has a significant impact on their consumption levels. Through a simple linear regression test, it was found that significant value is 0.000, which is less than 0.05. This indicates that the intensity of using pay later significantly affects the consumptive behavior of students at the Faculty of Economics and Business Universitas Yogyakarta. In many cases, the use of pay later tends to increase the consumption levels of students as it provides easier access to immediate and deferred payments. However, this can also lead students to become trapped in uncontrollable debt, affecting their financial well-being in the long run. Therefore, their use of pay later by students needs to be managed wisely to avoid negative long-term financial consequences. That's enough from us. Thank you for your attention. Good afternoon.
Thank you. Next is Winda Octavia Puspita Sari from Universitas Negeri Malang. Miss Winda. Miss Winda. Tidak ada dalam room. Baiklah, next is Hana Sabrina. Hana Sabrina.
Like to present my research with the title The Effect of Quality of Work Life on Job Performance Mediated by Organizational Commitment and Job Satisfaction. The first is introduction. According to Bangun, reveals that changes in the current business environment are accelerating so that it demands that the role of human resources in competitive advantage. A company is said to be successful in managing employees well, which can be seen from the performance of its employees. Several efforts can be made by companies to improve employees' performance and improve the quality of their output, namely by involving employees in meeting their needs through the implementation of quality of work life. And this is the research gap from previous research. Research conducted by since 2022, Tarigan et al. 2020, Thakur and Sarma 2019, found that quality of work life has a significant effect on performance. But this is different from research that conducted by Diana et al. 2022, Dewi et al. 2020, and Rampangan et al. 2019 that found quality of work life has no significant effect on performance. Peta Shulen International Indonesia has implemented quality of work life in the company that can be seen. First is the physical work environment is kept clean and safe by the company. Superiors always give clear direction to subordinates regarding production targets, and company have work equipment in good condition, workspace with a good lighting, and good air circulation. And company providing fair salaries and bonuses, and the company provides BPJS Ketenagakerjaan. And this is the data of the production Peta Shulen International Indonesia from June 2022 until February 2023. It can be seen that employee performance is unstable because production results did not reach target.
in January 2023 until February 2023 is the lowest production. From preliminary study conducted on Petroleum International Indonesia, it can be found that employees' performance is not optimal. Employees have not been able to deal with problems that occur properly. Employees have not been careful at work and often make mistakes at work. And employees not responsive to resolve conflict that occur in the company. Employees have not actively provided suggestions for improving the company. Employees have not been able to complete work that exceeds their responsibility. And this is the framework in this research. There are 7 hypotheses. For hypothesis 1, quality of work life has a significant effect on job performance. Hypothesis 2, quality of work life has a significant effect of organizational commitment. Hypothesis 3, quality of work life has a significant effect on job satisfaction. For hypothesis 4, organizational commitment has a significant effect on job performance. Hypothesis 5, job satisfaction has a significant effect on job performance. Hypothesis 6, organizational commitment can mediate the effect of quality of work life on job performance. For hypothesis 7, job satisfaction can mediate the effect of quality of work life on job performance. For research methodology, the population in this research is Petroleum International Indonesia employees with the sample 101 employees within saturation sampling. For data analysis technique, includes descriptive statistical test and hypothesis testing using the PLS method with the Smart PLS 3.0 analysis tool. Next, for the result, for convergent for the validity test, it can be seen for path diagram of outer model PLS. All variables have outer loading more than 0.7, and the value of alpha, the 4 variables have the more than 0.5, which means all the variable is valid. And the result for discriminant validity test that we can see from formal market creation model that for variable have more than 0.7 value, and for reliability test it can be seen from Cronbach alpha and composite reliability. All of variable have more than 0.5, and it can be seen that all the variable is reliable. Next is for the result from direct effect. For hypothesis 1, quality of work life has a significant effect on job performance is significant or supported because test statistic is more than 1.66 and the p-value 0.0 less than 0.05. For hypothesis 2, quality of work life has a significant effect on organizational commitment is supported or significant because test statistic is more than 1.66 and the p-value is less than 0.05. For hypothesis 3, quality of work life has a significant effect on job satisfaction is supported because test statistic is more than 1.66 and the p-value is less than 0.05. For hypothesis 4, organizational commitment has a significant effect on job performance.
I'm sorry, Miss Elvina, you have 2 minutes more.
Okay, thank you. And for hypothesis 4 is not significant. Next, for hypothesis 5 is job satisfaction has a significant effect on job performance. And this is the result for indirect effect. For hypothesis 6, organizational commitment can mediate quality of work not supported because the test statistic is less than 1.66. For hypothesis 7 is supported. And this is the 7 conclusion for this research. Next is suggestion for future research, develop other factors that can improve and mediate job performance, and be able to re-examine the same model and variable by selecting sample in other factors. For suggestion for management
to provide encouragement to employees to be involved in the decision-making process and provide opportunities for employees to develop in their jobs. And the last is suggestion for employees of PT Shulai International Indonesia. Employees will be able to play an active role in creating a comfortable working atmosphere as a form of motivation to obtain better work results. That's all for me. Thank you. Back to the moderator.
Hey, thank you very much for Miss Elvina Luciani. It was a very interesting presentation. And since there were 5 presenters who had delivered their presentation, it is time for the discussion session. So maybe anyone who have a question for the 5 presenters before? You can also write down your question in the chat room and I will read it for you. Okay, is there any question? Maybe from the participant or the presenter who already joined directly in the room, maybe? Okay, maybe because there is no question, you can prepare your question later and I will move on to the other presenter. I will invite Ms. Saudah Safruddin with the title of the research is The Influence of Job Satisfaction, Work Engagement and Job Fit on Employee Performance PT Daha Bersaudara Nusa Tenggara Barat. Ms. Saudah, are you ready for the presenter? Okay, you have 10 minutes for the presentation and time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Greetings and happiness. Hello, my name is Saudah. I from Faculty of Ekonomi Sarjana Wiyata Taman Siswa, University Yogyakarta. Here I will present my article namely about the influence of job satisfaction, work involvement, and work suitability on employer performance PT Daha Bersaudara Nusa Tenggara Barat. Next, introduction. Employer performance greatly influences the future development of a company. Employee performance is also a benchmark for how an employee works in a company. Job satisfaction, job involvement, and job suitability are things they are of great concern in the company future progress. So, the prefer PT Daha Bersaudara really needs to pay attention to how their employees perform at work so that it has a development impact on the company. The company development really depends on employees who are always active and work efficiently, so that what the company will continue to develop and will continue to profit the best for its employees. Literature review. Number 1, job satisfaction. Job satisfaction in one of the variables that can influence employer productivity or work performance. Employer satisfaction is a phenomenon that needs to be paid attention to by organization leaders. Job satisfaction will have a very high impact on the realization of the organization goals. Number 2, work involvement. Work involvement is an employer who has high work involvement in his work, decrease be the employee having a concern for his work, a feeling of physical attachment to the work he does, and a strong belief in his ability to complete the work. Proper engagement leads to proper satisfaction, leads to employee satisfaction in the work, and hence improves the psychological state and supervisors tend to carry out their duties well and more involvement in their organization. Number 3, job suitability. Job suitability is the process of placing an employee in the right position or position according to the qualification they have. The placement adapts to the circumstance and skill of each employee. Placement is one of the most important function in human resource management because whether a person is right in a position depends on his placement. If the placement function is not carried out well, it will automatically hinder the achievement of organization goals. Number 4, employer performance. Performance involves a perspective that by attention to the importance of the meaningfulness and benefits of efforts, result achieved, and method used. Especially for organizations operating in the service sector, maintaining employee performance is one way to meet customer satisfaction. Next, hypothesis development. Hypothesis 1 shows that job satisfaction has a positive and significant effect on employer performance. Employer job satisfaction is an attitude that shows that an employer is quite satisfied with the work they have done at their place of work. In particular, this will also have an impact on an employee's commitment to her organization. Hypothesis 2. Employer work involvement has a positive and significant effect on employer performance, and employer must have an attitude of great involvement toward the organization or place where they work. Through this involvement, an employer will form a commitment to the organization. Hypothesis 3. Work suitability has a positive and significant effect on employer performance. Next, research methods. This research uses a descriptive quantitative approach. What is the population and sample of employees at PT Daha Bersaudara Nusa Tenggara Barat, which has a population of 45 employees with a random sampling technique using primary data with a sample size of 45 respondents. Conclusion. The result of the research resulted in the finding that job satisfaction and job suitability had no effect on employee performance, while the job involvement variable had a positive effect on employee performance at PT Daha Bersaudara Nusa Tenggara Barat. A is an implication organization leaders can improve the implementation of the job satisfaction, job involvement, and job suitability variable on item they get low score if they want to improve employer performance. Based on the conclusion above, the suggestions given are as follows. Number 1, for PT Daha Bersaudara, companies must pay attention to her employees in carrying out all tasks, especially regarding job satisfaction, work involvement, and suitability for work performance, which concerns their employees for the future of the company. Number 2, for future resource, it is hoped that with the research carried out, it can become a reference or point of reference for other research in uncovering employee performance. Future research can assess the variable I have added to expand the research area or increase their sample offset so that they can provide a broader picture of employer performance. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for Ms. Sauda Safruddin for the presentation, and I'm pretty sure that there are already some of you who want to ask questions for Ms. Sauda, and you can write your question in the chat section. Now we will move on to the next presenter. The next presenter is Ms. Lohana Juwaria, with the research title is Employee Performance in Aviation Industry or Industry based on Compense Individual Work Performance Questionnaire. So you have 10 minutes, Ms. Lohana, and time is yours.
Okay, thank you. Let me check my sound first. Could you hear my voice?
Yes, Miss.
Okay, thank you. So let me get started. Good afternoon, everybody. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Let me introduce myself. I'm Lohana. I'm from Universitas Negeri Malang, and I'm conducting this research and want to share with you about employee performance evaluation in aviation industry based on Compense Individual Work Performance Questionnaire. Why I'm doing this research? Please go next. But yes, thank you. Here the background. First of all, yes, of course, we know that performance is one of the important variables in the company, and usually it becomes the result or consequent variable that usually researched or explored by the researcher, especially in Garuda Indonesia. As we know that Garuda Indonesia has a problem, difficulties in financial and also mismanagement. And furthermore, in transformation industry, we know that Garuda Indonesia, one of flag carrier airplane, which has excellent services. Therefore, they have to maintaining top talent usually through recruitment activities and also give the best performance of the employees. Not only that, in Garuda Indonesia, we know that in pandemic era, not only related with mismanagement and also financial crisis, Garuda Indonesia also, as we know, the previous, because of the pandemic era, a lot of aircraft has what we call it then difficulties, in maintaining the production or the services, Okay, and it is also happened in Garuda Indonesia. And next, Mbak, please. Ya, karena saya dibantu ya ini share-nya ya. Would you please do next? Go to the next. Oh, may I share my? Actually, I can share by myself. Okay, thank you. Next, yes. And not only that, that's because of context. Actually, this research is simple research, but we would like to explore more about the instrument that we use to what we call it that evaluate the employee performance. As we know that in general, many research or study use general employee performance without what we call it then focusing on the background of I'm run out of battery. Both of them. So I think that's a problem.
We can hear your voice, Miss. Because I have to use.
Oh, okay, okay. May I?
Okay, thank you, Evelyn. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Okay, may I continue? Yeah. Okay. Well, may I continue? Sorry for the interruption and also the technical difficulties. Employee performance usually evaluated by general performance. That's why we didn't
So we need to use a specific measurement in context of work. So therefore, as Bu Widya Stuti and Bapak Hidayat research, this research related to performance will also involve various type of work performance. Yeah, so we can measure based on the context. Therefore, employee performance evaluation or measurement instrument is needed to be general in nature. However, it could also able to measure individual performance appropriately and can be used to measure performance globally. So that's why we use these. We explore these. Okay, so this is the research, yeah, the purpose. We want to know and so far using general instrument evaluation rather than individual or personal evaluation. As we know that usually, generally we use performance evaluation individually. Yeah, we ask one by one of employee and then they measure their own what was that performance. Yeah, so really subjective. Therefore, researchers try to analyze employee performance through individual work performance questionnaire developed or adapted by Koopman 2014. Next, this is the methods. First of all, yes, this research, as I said before, as I said earlier, it is was that simple. We just want to know descriptive condition, yeah, descriptive quantitative research by using IWPQ or individual performance questionnaire. And then the population of this study is employees of PT Garuda Indonesia, which was that, if I'm not mistaken, is a permanent, yeah, permanent employees of PT Garuda Indonesia. In Jakarta office, 318 respondent or population, yeah, and then we do an offline survey. We go there and also use IWPQ individual work performance questionnaire. Consists of 3 indicator, which is task performance. We call task performance, contextual performance, the performance, the performance based on context, a task, and also counterproductive behavior. So to confirm, yeah, confirm.
I'm sorry, Ms. Lohana, you have 2 minutes more.
Okay, thank you. And then we apply the and also Hidayat, yeah, instrument which already translated in Indonesia with 8 items. Yeah, and we shared to 318 respondents. The response rate is 190, 90%. Next, Mbak. Okay, and here the findings. The validity and reliability test is good. All of the item is valid. Next. Here the median and standard deviation, yeah, all good. Next, Mbak. Okay, here's the conversion, yeah. Before that, would you please to go 2 slides above, Mbak, before. We again one more. Sorry, one more. Yeah, and then for here the scale, yeah, 0-4 scale, and then we have the instrument. What's that? The formula, yeah, the formula. Text performance, and then contextual performance, and then counterproductive minus by counterproductive behavior. That's the here, yeah. That's the formula. Go on, Mbak. And the result is, yeah. Okay, this the next, yeah. No. Above the resultnya bawahnya lagi satu. Oh, nggak ada ya. Okay, so all of the conclusion is the result is all of the condition, task performance, context performance are good, yeah, or employee condition based on task performance, counterproductive behavior is less, yeah, so it's good in Garuda Indonesia, which is what we call it then. It is not like what we suggest, what we argue in the beginning, because Garuda Indonesia, as we know, in crisis, therefore usually the performance will be lower, but actually, in reality, the employees' performance is good. So, kayaknya di atasnya deh, Mbak, suggestionnya. Oh, belum ya. Nah, conclusionnya, Mbak. Nah, conclusion. Yes. So the performance condition are all good, even though the company is in crisis. And one thing that makes employee will survive and perform well in the reputable company such as Garuda Indonesia is this company is bring the the flag carrier business, ya. Jadi yang bawa bendera bahasa Indonesia gitu. So it is the proud of the employee to stay in the company. Therefore they are willing to give their best performance. Next, therefore we suggest that although Garuda Indonesia, we know that they facing bankruptcy problem, but from this research we know that management of Garuda Indonesia Airways could apply this finding to improve, yeah, good performance of Garuda Indonesia, because their employees are willing to give their performance still, although the Garuda Indonesia is in crisis. And then moreover, it's in that employees are willing to survive and become fighter for the company's reputation. Therefore, it is hoped that the government, as the majority of owner of Garuda Indonesia Airways shares, will also take into account these findings, so it will not be easy to sell the airline to the other countries or to the non-government company. Yeah, that's the finding. So thanks God, in reality, the country helped the Garuda Indonesia with the financial supply, and not to sell to the other companies. That's the conclusion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Wahana Juwaria. That was a very interesting presentation, and I'm pretty sure that there will be someone who wants to ask the question or provide your insight, and you can write down the question.
Mr. Edwin? Sorry, maybe you have a poor connection. Maybe the other presenter from Wiralodra can help Mr. Edwin to change the devices. We cannot hear your voice.
Namely, is 39% is explained by factors other than and independent variables used in the study. These results indicate that the ability of the company attractiveness and company reputation variables to influence Generation Y and Z job application interest at PT Ruang Raya Indonesia Bali and Nusa Tenggara is relatively strong.
Okay, thank you very much. Oh, I think your time is up, yes.
Oh, thank you.
So sorry. Okay. Interesting research, but we have to continue to our second presenter for this session. Ms. Lewis, you're already here, right? Okay.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, you can start to present, but before that, I will remind you, if you have any question, or you have some insight for the presenter, please write it at chat box, and we will discuss it after the presentation.
Accounting student in the practice of sustainable information technology information system, green accounting still needs further research because respondents are uncomfortable with more technical IT or IS topics.
Okay, the next part is about method, data, and analysis.
The first about population and sample. The subject of this research is a study of the Faculty of Economics and Business, Yogyakarta State University, batch of 2020 and 2022. 21 respondents were taken in the process of collecting quantitative data as a representative of each study program at the Faculty of Economics and Business UNY. The sampling technique used a random method. Next is about data collection and analysis technique. The
is accepted. This means that the better the online shopping experience a customer has, the higher their level of satisfaction. And the third hypothesis, engagement positively influences customer satisfaction, is accepted and aligned with my main source of journal. So I'm searching for another journal from Hartyanti et al. And Nugroho and Supranti. They say that customer engagement does not directly influence customer satisfaction. In essence, when a customer wants to be satisfied, it's not only about being involved, but also accompanied by good service. Next. The fourth hypothesis, engagement positively influence customer loyalty, is accepted. Customer positively engage with the brand, they tend to have a higher intention to revisit and become loyal. The fifth hypothesis is customer satisfaction has a positive influence on customer loyalty, is accepted. Satisfying purchase intentions for customers creates a competitive advantage that drives repeat business. So, to enhance loyalty, a company must prioritize customer satisfaction. Next. So this is the conclusion. This is the conclusion and recommendation. The conclusion is, based on the conducted test, it is evident that the importance of customer experience and management in enhancing engagement, satisfaction, and ultimately customer loyalty. The strong relationship between businesses and customers is influenced by various other elements such as excellent service. And for the recommendation to the company, they can develop a comprehensive loyalty program. In this program, customers can earn loyalty points through various activities like writing product reviews, participating in forums, or referring to their friends. However, earning points is not just one aspect. Shopee can also organize unique online events focusing on active participants to boost customer engagement and provide exceptional experience. Additionally, users also can redeem their loyalty points for various benefits, including exclusive discount, ensuring customer satisfaction as they perceive added value in every transaction. So for the future researchers, they can expand their research by considering other variables. Next. Thank you for attention.
Okay, thank you very much for Miss Evelyn Liputri for the wonderful presentation. Now we will move on to the next presenter. The next presenter is Keifoya Kana with the research title is Exploring the Influence of Parental Financial Behavior, Financial Literacy, and herding behavior on investment behavior among Generation Z investor. You have 10 minutes and time is yours.
Okay, thank you for the time. Let me present my PowerPoint. Okay, is my voice clear now? Okay, good afternoon everyone. So today I will take my research that I've conducted. It's called Exploring the Influence of Parental Financial Behavior, Financial Literacy and Herding Behavior on Investment Behavior among Generation Z investor. Okay. Okay, for the introductions. Currently, the global population has reached 7.95 billion in 2022, according from the World Bank, and with the continued level of population increases each year, the demand for the people to live is also increases, and with the limited resources and land that available within the earth, it creates the instability or imbalance on the supply and demand from the need that needs to live to people to live, and this is also one of the contributing factors to inflations. And as per 2022 from World Bank, the inflation rate is 8.3%, with the average inflation rate for on the span of 10 years is around 3%. And while in Indonesia, it stood at 4.2% at the same year. This inflation rate, the data of inflation rate, it translates that increases prices for the people to live. And in a modern society, they need to have a great financial strategy to be able to live a proper and prosperly life. And with that, one of the many ways to do it is generating more income sources. And among the Generation Z, one of the most trending right now is investing at the stock market. And according from the data from Indonesia Central Security Depository, or KSE, in 2022, the number of stock investors in Indonesia, approximately 4 million people. It's a market increase of 15.96% from the previous year. And from these 4 million investors in Indonesia, 99% are a local investor, which is the Indonesian people itself, and 81.64% are the under age of 40, which is representing the combine of the Generation Z and Millennial. With this mark of new generations of investor, we need to focus a study on what creates or what on their investment behavior. And this research is an effort to eliminate the interconnections between parental financial behavior, financial literacy, herding behavior, and the investment behavior that made by the Gen Z investor. Okay, this is for the hypothesis and the research frameworks. And the hypothesis 1 is parents' financial behavior has a direct effect on the investment behavior. Hypothesis 2 consists the parents' financial behavior has a direct effect on the financial literacy. Hypothesis 3 state that financial literacy has a direct effect on the investment behavior. The hypothesis 4 state that financial literacy mediates the relationships between parents' financial behavior and investment behavior. And lastly, the hypothesis 5 is stated that herding behavior has a direct effect on the investment behavior. And for the research work on, it's the picture on the right side. Okay, this for the theoretical frameworks. I have 4 variables here, and for the variable of parents' financial behavior, I have 5 indicators. For the variable of financial literacy, I have 5 indicators. For the variable of herding behaviors, I have 3 indicators, and for the variable of investment behavior, I also have 3 indicators. Okay, for the research methodology, this research is quantitative methods, data collections by online questionnaires. The sample size is 364 respondents of Generation Z, stock investor in Universitas Surabaya, management major. The sample size is shown with the Slovene equations. For the technique sampling here is process sampling. Also for the analysis technique is structural equation modeling, partial least square, or SAM-PLS, and using the Smart PLS for applications. For the respondents' characteristics, the gender consists mostly are female with 64%, and the age is spanned throughout 18 to 24 years old, while the majority are from 19 to 21 years old, and the semester that the respondents are 2, 4, 6, and 8, and the majority are from the semester 4 and 6. Okay, for the test results, the first one I'll show you the convergence validity test that I used two tests, which is factor holding and AVE, or average variance extracted. As we can see here, all the factor holding here, all the variable is valid, representing their variable, because their factor holding value is greater than 0.7. And for the average variance extracted, all the variable also valid, because the AVE or average variance extracted value here are greater than 0.5. Okay, the next test is discriminant validity. I used two tests here, the cross-loading test and the Forner-Lecker test. For the cross-loading test, as you can see, all the latence variable are exhibit the values that surpass of their counterparts, or possesses the discriminant validity values exceeding 0.5, which means that all the data here is valid. Also, from the Forner-Lecker test, as we can see, the square root of the average variance extracted for each variable is surpasses correlations with the other constructs. This means the achieve of discriminant validity and affirming the data validity too. Okay, next test is reliability test. I use Chromebug Alpha and the composite reliability, and from the data above, we can see all the variable on this study is reliable because the Chromebug Alpha value is exceeded 0.7, and also the composite reliability also has a value greater than 0.7. And the next test is a nest of fit test, which consists financial literacy and investment behavior variable. I used two methods, R square and Q square, where, as we can see, the R square here, the financial literacy has a low influence impact, while the investment behavior has a great influence impact based on the R square. Also, based on the Q square, both variable indicates a positive relevance, and for the financial literacy here, we can see the influence is low, but for the investment behavior, it shows that moderate influence. Okay, for the next test is the multicollinearity test. As we can see from the table on the left side, we can conclude that all the variables here are devoid from multicollinearity, and they are robust and unbiased because their fifth value is below 5. Okay, the next one is the hypothesis test. As you can see, the hypothesis 1 is parents' financial behavior, investment behavior. Hypothesis 2 is parents' financial behavior to financial literacy. Hypothesis 3 is financial literacy to investment behavior. And the hypothesis 4 is the parents' financial behavior and investment behavior with the financial literacy as the mediator. And the hypothesis 5 is the herding behavior and investment behavior. From the hypothesis test, they are conclude that four hypotheses from hypothesis 2 and 2.5 has a significant influence, while one is rejected because the p is exceeding 0.05, which is the hypothesis 1. And from the path coefficients, it says that all the variable here indicate a positive relationship because the path coefficient value is greater than 0. Also, from the S square results, the hypothesis 1 has a low significance effect. Hypothesis 2 has a moderate significant effects. Hypothesis 3 has a low significance effects, and hypothesis 4 has a low significance effects, and the hypothesis number 5 has a high significance effect. Okay, from now we're entering the discussion part, which is the hypothesis 1 is not accepted. That means parents' financial behavior is not affecting the investment behavior of Generation C investor. These results may show because of a few factors. As the number one factors is the demographic distinction between the current study and the previous one. As we all know, if the demographics is different, we are creating a different cultural and different social impact on the society itself, and that translates into different behavior in the society itself. Also, from the data from KC 2022, from the 4 million stock investor in Indonesia, 81% is Gen Z and millennials. This means there are differences in the investment instruments between the Generation Z and their parents. This also can make describe why the parents' financial behavior is not directly affecting the investment behavior. And from the research conducted by Sari 2023, parents must show their positive financial behavior and engage in an open discussion about financial for them to increase the financial literacy and the financial behavior amongst their child. And there's the likelihood of the less transparent financial literacy discussion between the parents and the subject in the study, which is also describing the points number one before, which is the demographic differences between the current study and the previous one. Okay, into the next one, the hypothesis 2 is accepted, which means the parents' financial behavior has a direct effect on the financial literacy. That if their parents' financial behavior showing a good financial behavior, that means it will impact their child financial literacy into higher, and the other way around. This results is also aligned with the previous one, with the previous researchers as stated below. Okay, for the next one is the hypothesis 3 is accepted too, which means the financial literacy has a direct effect on the investment behavior. It means the higher financial literacy that investor generation C possesses will also translate that better investment behavior and also translated to a greater success in their investment activity. But also translate the other way around, which means the lower financial literacy level also creating a bad investment behavior. This result also aligned with the previous result stated by the researchers below. Okay, for the next is the hypothesis 4 is accepted, which is the financial literacy mediates the relationship between the parents' financial behavior and investment behavior. This shows that parents' financial behavior is having indirect effect through the financial literacy through the investment behavior of the child. This results is aligned with the previous results conducted by Chawla et al. In 2022 in Widyawati in 2012. Okay, and the final one is the hypothesis 5 is also accepted, which means the herding behavior has a direct effect on the investment behavior. This means the more likely investor generation C having a herding behavior, it translates a better investment behavior and also can translate to a greater success in their investment activity, but also the other way around. And this results is also aligned with the previous result conducted by Tamara et al. In 2022 and UNC in 2021. Okay, conclusion and recommendations. From the research that I've conducted before, we can conclude that based on this research, it is evident that noteworthy correlations between the financial literacy and herding behavior and investment behavior. Additionally, the financial behavior of the parents exerts an indirect influence on the investment behavior through its impact on the financial literacy. And the recommendation for this research is Generation Z investor can enhance their financial literacy to cultivate more effective investment behavior and increase their prospect for successful investments. The research underscores the significance of Generation Z investor adopting sound financial practices. Also, from this research, we can conclude that the Generation Z investor must have to shape their financial behavior starting from now on to create a better financial behavior that will bring effects to the next or the future generations to have to have a greater chance or greater success in their investment behavior and their investment activity. So it will create a better future for the next generations too. Okay, that's it for me for today. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. K. for Yakana. It was a very interesting topic of the research. And since there were 4 presenters who have delivered their presentation, it is time for the discussion session. So maybe, is there any question?
Sources is considered fair if it is consistent with the chosen allocation norms. And here are the previous study. From the previous study that can be used as a hypothesis development in the study, let me show the following hypothesis. First, emotional intelligence has a positive effect on job satisfaction. Second, emotional intelligence has a negative effect on turnover intentions. Hypothesis 3, perceived organization support has a positive effect on job satisfaction. 4, perceived organizational support has a negative effect on turnover intention. 5, emotional intelligence has a positive effect on interactional justice. 6, perceived organizational support has a positive effect on interactional justice. 7, interactional justice has a positive effect on job satisfaction. And 8, interactional justice has a negative effect on turnover intention. This research uses quantitative research methods using software Smart PLS. The method of data collection was conducted using primary data with a questionnaire distributed to 109 civil servants of PUPKP Yogyakarta office. The sampling technique is used is the saturated sampling techniques.
Miss, yeah, sorry to interrupt you. Maybe because you have less than 1 minute, maybe you can move to your result. Yeah. Okay, so we can discuss more.
Okay, the result based on the descriptive analysis maybe it's too long to is the validity and reliability research. The measurement results are declared reliable if the composite reliability of all variables has value above 0.70 and all the variables are result valid and reliable as a table that show, and the hypothesis result state that based on the processing and smart PLF, above, the result is emotional intelligence proved to be positive effect on job satisfaction with the T statistic 3.47. And the second, emotional intelligence has not proved to have a negative effect on turnover intention. Because the p-value is more than 0.05. Then POS has
Ms.
proved.
Mega,
Yes.
because we're running out of time. We still have a third session at 3, so we have to the presentation. Maybe we can discuss more about your result
Yes.
for the other. So sorry to cut it because it's more than 10 minutes.
Oh, yes. Yes.
Okay, so for the other presenter or the participants, do you have questions for the 4 presenters, for Ms. Susa, Ms. Louis, Mr. Maulana, and Ms. Megarana? Is there any question for the presenter? Maybe you can provide insight for improvement of the research. But maybe I want to add something for all the presenters other than Ms. Mega, maybe because Ms. Mega already mentioned that she already mentioned about the validity and reliability of the instrument. What about the other research for Ms. Susan, Ms. Louis, and Mr. Maulana? Did you test your instrument before? Did you make your own instrument, or did you do your research based on the instrument that is already done by other research? Did you do the validity and reliability?
Me.
Yeah, yes. Mr.
Sorry, I cannot join with the camera. I would like to ask to Miss Evelyn about Shopee. About Shopee before. Yeah.
Oh,
Oh, Miss Evelyn, okay. Do you have any reason why you choose Shopee beside another e-commerce such as Bukalapak or Lazada or maybe another e-commerce that, in my opinion, maybe they are need to be more deeply to research about the customer engagement, because Shopee is, I think everybody know about Shopee, yeah. So that's why the selling from Shopee is more highest than other e-commerce. So why use the Shopee than other e-commerce? Thank you.
I'm choosing Shopee because I think Shopee, as Miss Chusnu said, that Shopee is a big e-commerce, and the first e-commerce in Indonesia. So I want to know why Shopee platform attract a lot of customers, and how Shopee make them loyal to the platform itself.
Okay, thank you, Miss Evelyn.
Thank you.
Okay, is there any question more for the presenter?
Oh, one more. It's
Okay,
about
yes.
Garuda. It's like a mysterious guess, yeah. Is it still any time? Okay.
Yes, go on.
All right. Okay, that's really interesting. We're talking about and discussion about Garuda, yeah. So, do you have any suggestion for the managerial, their contribution to your research, Miss? The contribution from the managerial?
Yes, as I mentioned earlier, the suggestion for the management from my study, from and France study, is actually the employees, whether as Garuda Indonesia employees, whether they are on a crisis condition, and also together with pandemic era before, and now they move on a new normal. They shows that the company show that they perform well in it. It is not what we know from the news and so on, that the government is in crisis because of it is not because of employee performance. So employee performance of Korea Indonesia is still good whether they are on a crisis. Therefore, the management should manage it well and use it as the weapon to, survive the game and become the flag carrier that we're proud of it. That's what we, the message for the management.
All right. Thank you very much on the answer.
Yeah, thank you, Ibu.
Okay, thank you very much for the question, Miss Usnu. And I think we already reached the end of the discussion session. But before we end our session, maybe we can take a picture together. And Miss Helper? Yeah. Maybe for all of the participants, all the presenter, you can turn on your camera and we will take a picture together.
Okay, all, I will take a screenshot. 3, 2, 1, go. Again. 3, 2, 1, go. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Miss Rifa. I will give you one information for all the presenter. Don't forget to fill the attendance form for all the presenter, and we already provided in the chat room. Please check the chat room for the link for the attendance. And I have information for the certificate. For the certificate as a presenter, we will be given after the presentation, and we provide certificate just for one presenter. So if there is more than one person other than presenter who want get certificate, it will be charged. And it costs 100,000 rupiah for lecturer and other participant, and also 50,000 for students outside UNY. So the discussion session ends our parallel presentation of ICBS and also ACOMC 2023. As the chairperson of this session and also a representative of the committee, I would like to thank you for your participation. We would welcome any advice to help us improve the next event. See you again in the ICBS and also ACOMC 2024. Thank you very much.
use, including for Muslimah. Ethics in AI, a long-standing concern, are just a reflection on values in technological innovations. AI will complex demand ethical considerations. Islamic ethics in technology emphasize compliance with Sharia law, balancing reason and faith. Muslims are encouraged to seek knowledge and life by faith. In the AI era, Muslimah face challenge in maintaining Islamic integrity while staying updated with digital development. Challenges include adopting Western lifestyle, exposure to inappropriate online content, and over-reliance on technology. Muslimah must commit to Sharia law as their foundation and maintain a balanced, meaningful real life while using technology. Developing digital literacy and understanding ethics is crucial to uphold religious values in technology use. The journal aims to discuss mitigating AI's negative impact to help Muslimah maintain their integrity and identity as Muslim. Okay, this is a literature review for this journal, inspired by Krishna Wijaya's work titled The Islamizations of the Identity of Indonesian Muslimah in 2022. It is asserted that the ongoing technological and scientific advancement could potentially alter human values and societal norms. The lack of balance between science, technology, and spirituality may lead to a significant moral crisis, particularly in Indonesia, a nation deeply rooted in spirituality. This article delves into the profound impact of the moral crisis on the de-Islamizations of Indonesian Muslims' identities in the era of Society 5.0. It highlights in the insufficient alignment between the development of science and technology and the enhancement of the spiritual quality of Indonesian Muslims. Okay, the research method. This journal used qualitative method through systematic literature reviews and case studies of several phenomena that occur. Okay, the result, looking at current case and phenomena, many women, especially Muslimah, can easily get access to information widely and openly with the increasing breadth of information media. Muslimah must be more careful in behaving so that they remain in the corridors of Sharia. Many of you see a shift in values where what was originally good becomes bad and what is bad is considered good. The development of science and technology in Indonesia, in fact, is still not balanced with the development of the quality of spirituality of the majority of Muslimah. In this era, humans are experiencing a crisis of human values caused by their inability to anticipate advance in science and technology, which causes social, political, cultural, and especially socio-religious change, including their lifestyle. In general, there are two main problems faced by Muslimah. First, they have difficulty finding and understanding their identity, and secondly, they experience difficulties in building their identity as Muslimah. So, how should Muslimah behave and face the various challenges in this era of artificial intelligence in order to remain in obedience and Sharia law? The Quran contain three core systems, namely the belief system or Aqidah, the legal system or Sharia, and the moral and value system or Akhlaq. There are also other concepts can be used, such as Al-Iman, Al-Islam, and Al-Ihsan, as revealed in the hadith narrated by Al-Bukhari and Muslim. The whole system is a unit that can be described separately. The Al-Quran is guide for life, so that it doesn't allow other guidelines created by human if this clearly contradicts the Al-Quran. The role of the Quran and religion is a very important thing, but efforts are also needed from competent groups to produce a da'wah concept that can be accepted by all Muslims, especially Muslimah, so that in the end, it can become a solution and present Islam as a manhaj or method. The efforts that each individual Muslimah can make to maintain her integrity and identity in this era of artificial intelligence are by first, deepening science and religion. 2. Filter the information obtained. 3. With use of technology. 4. Strengthening ethics and moral. And 5. Maintaining privacy. Okay, for the last, this is a conclusion. In conclusion, the era of artificial intelligence has brought both opportunities and challenges for Muslimah and society as a whole. While technological advancement offer benefits, it has also led to a spiritual crisis and moral dilemmas. To navigate this era while preserving their identity and values, Muslimah must rely on the cadence of the Quran and deepen their religious knowledge. The text suggests several practical steps for Muslims to maintain their integrity and identity in the digital age. This include continuous learning with information consumption, ethical technology use, strengthening ethics and moral, and safeguarding privacy. It emphasizes the importance of determination, intention, and consistency in achieving these goals. Overall, the message is clear. Muslims can harness the benefits of AI while staying true to their faith and values, ensuring they remain in obedience to what is pleasing to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. Okay, that's all for my presentation. Thank you for your attention. Okay, Miss.
Okay, thank you very much. Very interesting. Judge from Yunda Robi from Universitas Yogyakarta. I will continue maybe to Mr. Krishna first before Miss Ismi. Okay, is it okay, Miss Ismi? Because Mr. Krishna entered the room first. It's okay.
Okay.
Is it okay? Miss Ismi?
Yes.
Is it okay, Mr. Krishna start first?
Okay, Miss.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Krishna will present the paper entitled The Development of Science, Technology, and Racial Behavior from a Global Society Perspective. To Mr. Krishna, the next 10 minutes is yours.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for the precious opportunity for honor to Miss Arum as a moderator for this day presentation. I'm Krishna Ekastiaji from Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta, will be presenting my ICE-based research with title The Development of Science, Technology, and Racial Behavior from a Global Society Perspective. So,
while migrants prefer private business ownership. The table shows education who have elementary, middle school, and college education tend to choose government ownership of their business. Individuals with a level of high school education tend to choose private business ownership. If we look at the type of work, professionals and technicians, administration and skilled workers tend to choose private business ownership, while unskilled workers choose business ownership by the government. Previous research found that institutions in Southeast Asian countries hinder the spread of liberalism policies. The collective practice of elite countries in Southeast Asia can complicate the domestic liberalization, which each member country must overcome by providing space for liberal outsiders to get involved in regional affairs. Although private companies play a dominant role in market-based societies, companies with government ownership are still key players in the global economy, so their performance is important for economic growth and competitiveness. The transfer of ownership from the government to the private sector is important to improve the performance of these companies. However, some may fear that such a shift in ownership could ultimately result in negative externalities, such as resource scarcity, price increases, and more importantly, the possible transformation of a government monopoly into a private monopoly, with a greater danger because it can reduce social welfare impact. The research found that countries in the South Asia region tend to prefer private business ownership compared to government ownership of business. The source that this privately owned business was poorly established to obtain optimal profits, with most of the capital supported by the private sector. Privately managed business ownership is related to economic resources, but is not vital and strategic. Strategic resources that control the lives of many people remain in the hands of the state for their management. Data related to gender shows that men are more liberal by providing freedom in carrying out economic activities with the aim of gaining profits by reducing government regulation and restrictions in an economy in exchange for greater participation in private entities. When viewed based on age, the 44 to 52 years age range tends to choose private business ownership. This shows that in this age range, the respondents are already mature and have an established income. Meanwhile, those in the 26 to 34 years age range tend to prefer government ownership of their business. This shows that this for starting career and requires and study income. Based on citizenship, this shows that for native people, government is a system for exercising authority and power regulating the social, economic, and political life of country or its parts. Another definition of government is a group of people who collectively assume limited responsibility for using power. Government can also be interpreted as the rule of a country or the highest body that governs a country. When looking at the level of education, this research finds that education at the highest level, namely colleges or universities, prefers government ownership of business. It's possible that individuals who have a higher level of education tend to think about career development. With business ownership by the government, the career path is clearer with better income. Better career development will increase employee satisfaction, loyalty, and creativity, thus becoming a driving factor for improving employee performance.
Miss Novi.
Okay, as conclusion?
No, the time is up, so I apologize.
Okay.
Have to stop your presentation. Yeah. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for Mrs. Novi. I'm pretty sure that there are already some of you who want to ask questions or provide your insight. You can write them in the chat section. Now let's move to our next presenter. We have Mrs. Betanika Nila Nirbita.
Okay,
Mrs.
thank you.
Betanika Nirbita will perform work ethic versus luck perception of an entrepreneurial success. Mrs. Beta from Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta. So, Mrs. Beta, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. I will share screen. I will present about work ethic versus lucky in the perception of entrepreneurial success. And in this presentation, I will present about introduction, method, discussion, and conclusion. The first is introduction. The entrepreneurial process begins with a person's desire to become an entrepreneur and comes up with an idea to create a business venture. Then someone looks for opportunities in the business environment, and after the opportunity is recognized, action is taken to turn the idea into a business. And all creativity and innovation form of business from this entrepreneur require a work spirit that can be obtained from the existence of a work ethic in itself. A good work ethic will make a person more confident in carrying out the responsibility given to him. Work ethic really determines how someone is able to maintain their existence by working better. However, for some people, work ethic is just a lie. Some believe that luck is a factor that shapes the success of entrepreneur or individual business. So in this research can be explained how many people believe in work ethic and hard work can bring success, and how many people believe success is just about the lucky. The research method. This research is quantitative research. The data use the secondary data obtained from VVS7. The data was analyzed using cross-step with data of 180 respondents spread of the world. This research test response belief in success by analyzing the relationship between work ethic and lucky. This research also looked at respondents based on gender and level education. And then the third is about the result and discussion. This is table 1. It's about the relationship between ASEAN and non-ASEAN work ethic and luck. Based on the data, in this data, we will see about the 48.40% good work and work ethic ini will bring success, and then those who believe that success only come from luck are 40.55%. Apart from that, non-ASEAN respondents who believe that success come from a good work ethic are worth 5 and 95%, while those who believe that success only come from luck are worth 4.1%. This is in line with research conducted by Baumann, which state that the key to entrepreneurial success comes from the work ethic of the entrepreneur. The second is ASEAN work ethic. ASEAN respondents still believe that success comes from high level of hard work. ASEAN respondents who believe that success comes from a high work ethic and hard work are worth 55%, while respondents who believe that success comes from luck are worth 45%. And then this is the diagram, non-ASEAN work ethic. Non-ASEAN respondents also believe that success comes from hard work, and a hard work ethic is about 59%. Meanwhile, the respondent who believe hard work is based on luck is about 41%. The table 2 is about relationship between gender and work ethic. In this table, that a good work ethic will bring success is about 61 and 95%, while 38.5% state that they believe that success comes from luck. This reveals that the majority of respondents still believe that work ethic is the main and key thing in the entrepreneurship compared to rely on luck. However, if you look further, women are more confident that work ethic will bring success there rather than just luck. It's about 32.25%, and men is about 29.70%. Based on this picture, it can be seen that women believe more that success comes from hard work and a high work ethic. It's about 52%, and men is about 14.8%. Based on the level education, relationship between success and education level, you can see in this table. In this table, in this picture, shown that 54.93% of the respondents
or COVID-19 broke out and spread rapidly until it became an international pandemic. And this situation, of course, to make the health crisis for all of the country in this world, it poses a big challenge to society, such as a life struggle and economic sector, especially for MSME. So MSME needs to wake up, and fight the pandemic. Survival strategies for MSME are e-commerce trading, digital marketing, improving the product quality and adding services, as well as establishing and optimizing customer marketing relationship. This is supported by Hardilawati in 2020. And then today, digitalization is needed by the business, not only for the big business, of course, for MSME too. An important rule is respond to the crisis, the adaptation or adoption of digital technology. Several countries have used database, artificial intelligence or AI, cloud computing, and other digital technologies for pandemic monitoring, tracking viruses, treating disease, and also for the restarting work. So by research by Aliman reviews the importance of MSME in Malaysia to re-evaluate their business models by featuring digitalization and automation in their business operation. It's supported by Abdul Hamid and also Aliman in 2020. As you know, in Yogyakarta, you can see from the 2017, 18, 19, and 2020, from the COVID, in short, the COVID-19 pandemic has greatly affected the life of MSME. Based on the background, it needs to find out how the adoption of digital technology for the MSME in Daerah Istimewa Yogyakarta Province in facing the COVID-19 pandemic. And it's supported by the literature review too. For MSME, it's a business that number of personnel is below a certain limit, and it's proven as strong economic business sector to face various kind of economic crisis. So it's imperative to strengthen the micro, small, and medium enterprise group that involve many groups. And of course, beside that, we discuss about the literature review of digitalization from the perspective of dynamic capability. Digitalization refers of the process of organizational transformation through the adoption of digital technology by Sebastian et al. And also Fiao 2019, and also digitalization help companies to gain and maintain a competitive advantage by Von Briel et al. 2018, and enhancing their dynamic capabilities, supported by Samba Murthy et al. 2003, and also Fiao 2019, and company can be better seize opportunities in a crisis environment with the help of digital technology. And the research method, the research used a quantitative approach with the survey method, and the data collection technique were observation, also survey, and also documentation. And the population was MSME in Daerah Istimewa Yogyakarta Province. The sample was selected using cluster sampling, using the Swaffin formula to determine the number of respondents, and data analysis techniques where inferior statistic analysis and the questionnaire use a Likert scale with the 5 answer choices. And this is the result from a total of 309 samples have been collected from 5 regencies or cities in Yogyakarta province. You can see the main business, still most of that using offline for 79% and the only for 29, and have the business 6 years 53% still for the 6 years build the business. And the foundation, the ownership, most of them is a private, for 91%. And the type of MSME, much of them is a cafe and restaurant. As you know, in Yogyakarta, it's a hospitality city, you can say like that. And this is the result from the city. Yogyakarta is the most correspondent to fill it, and then Sleman, and then Gunung Kidul, Kulon Progo, and the last is Bantul. This is the result about the long of this business in a year, business ownership, city urgency, rate of enterprise, digitalization, and digital technology adoption, and business model, as you can see for the result. And the survey show that the higher level of digitalization, the more possible is to be effective against the COVID-19 pandemic. And the sensitive and openness of digital technology provide flexible access and enable rapid response to the external environment. And of course, digital dynamic capability might be major source of competitive advantage for company in the digital economy, and is supported by Warner and Berger in 2019. The company today operates in the era of VUGA, which is characterized by volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity by Bennett and Lemoine, 2040. Digitalization creates many business opportunities, and also a question arises whether it can help companies survive or take benefit from the crisis. And the finding of the survey really show that digitalization is useful to respond to the pandemic. Future research should be considered the performance of today and the future due the digitalization strategy has the long-term impact of the company. As the FIAL 2019 confirmed that digital transformation will contribute to the company's performance through the design of the digital business strategies, adoption of digital technology, and changing the value creation part. So, for the conclusion, the pandemic highlights the important role of digital technology in facing the COVID-19 outbreak. And the survey shows that effort conducted by MSME toward digitalization, which manifests into the level of digitalization, adoption of digital technology, and business models, can help better in facing the pandemic. MSMEs need to push to reach an optimal digitalize. And the future research will explore digital transformation strategies and their impact on the company's competitive advantage. So that's all from the presentation. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you so much, Bu Kusno Syarifa. It was an interesting presentation. And now, before we move to the next presenter, we would like to open the discussion session or Q&A session. So, is there any question or opinion to presenter 1, 2, or 3?
Okay, may I ask about the material for the presenter 1 and 2?
Yes.
Right. For the presenter 1, I'm really wondering why you choose PTSHA in Solo. Why you are not choose another company, maybe company in Semarang or in Yogyakarta? Why you are specific to use and to choose the PTSHA? Thank you for the presenter number 1. And presenter number 2, I forgot about the topic before. About flip, yeah, that's interesting. Using BI fast, but specific for the customer using flip. So why we're not choose the customer from the another bank? You know, I think mobile banking for all bank already use BI fast too. Why you choose flip as your subject for the research? Thank you.
Excuse me, may I answer the question?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. So thank you for the question, Ms. Chusnu. I'm Alia Tagisa as one of the representative from the second team. So I'm gonna answer your question. So as I already mentioned, Flip is one of like the first third-party application which give like a services to transferring fund with like a free fees. So it's zero fees in Flip. That's why we want to know more. Why do people choose Flip more than BFast? Because as like a college student, we have limited pocket money. So as little as like 2,000 rupiah, it's still a lot of money for us. So it's relatable to us. So we wanted to know how the other student in the faculty feels and think about that. That's why we choose Flip instead of other application. Yeah. I hope that answered your question.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you, Mbak Alisa. Mbak Alia.
Okay, Miss Sharifah, maybe I can call.
Yeah, you may.
Okay. Why I chose PTSA Solo? Because I internship at PTSA Solo, and I want to know how job desk implementation in PTSA Solo. That's my answer.
Okay. When you choose the PTS SHA, do you think that the job description in this company got a lot of trouble or what?
When I was internship at PTSA Solo, the job description have trouble. But if I have some penelitian in
encompassing all individuals, not only citizens, aged between 16 to 79 years old. We could see here from the table and the diagram that the largest age group of respondents is 26 to 35 years old. In amount, 8,343 individuals, making up 22.52% of the total research sample. Following this, there are 707,089 respondents in the age 36 to 45. In amount, 21.02% of the overall research sample, and etc.
Here is the example, the analysis I mean. The survey data was analyzed using the statistical tool Stata 14.2 employing the cross-tabulation method. Cross-tabulation analysis allows the author to discern and identify whether there is a relationship between the variable under investigation. Here is the result and discussion. This study categorized respondents into groups based on their respective region. The categorization is based on their membership in Asian country and region outside Asian country. The respondent involved in this study, totaling 81%, originate from country outside of Asia. The big one is non-Asian and the smaller one is the Asian group. This research examined the values that are most important to the society by providing response option for the 4 aspects listed. The first option is economic stability. The second option is society moving toward reduced personal interest and more humanistic values. The third option is society giving more importance to ideas than money. The fourth option is struggle against crime. Okay. The obtained data indicates a line between the most important choices according to the society in both region groups. Both the Asia and non-Asia society at 55.78% and 95.88% respectively agree that a stable economy is the most crucial aspect to achieve. Despite both regions having the same primary choice, there is an observable difference in the percentage. Furthermore, 80.88% of the non-Asian society and 70.59% of the Asian society consider that the most important goal is for society to progress toward reduce personal interest and be more humane. The data also shows that 10.88% of the non-Asian society and 6.81% of the Asian society believe that it's more important for social to prioritize ideas over money. Lastly, the finding revealed that 40.46% of the non-Asian society and 9.91% of the Asian society declare that the struggle against crime is the most important goal to achieve. Here is the diagram you can see here. And then we try to look it from another perspective. There is a consensus between male and female respondent with 58.76% and 56.41% respectively, choosing economic stability as the most crucial aspect that should be realized and prioritized. This is followed by the need for society to progress toward reduced personal interest and be more humane, which is priority choice for 70.91% of male respondents and 19.42% of female respondents. The data also indicates that 10.33% of male respondents and 9.91% of female respondents believe that society that value ideas more than money is their priority choice. Meanwhile, 30% of male respondents and 40.26% of female respondents consider that fight against crimes being their top priority among their choice. Here is the conclusion. This research found a consensus among both community residing outside the Asian region and the community within the Asian region that both communities view creating a stable economy as the foremost important goal to be achieved. When viewed from another perspective, both men and women participating in the study also share the same opinion that establishing a stable economy is their top priority. That's all for my presentation today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Abdana. Okay, before we move to the next presenter, I will remind you that in the chat box, it's already shown the attendance from our presenter, so please don't forget to access the link. Well, in my list, right now it's my turn to present, so let me share before I start my presentation. Wait a minute. Is it clear enough? Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for this opportunity to be here. Today I will hold analysis of the world community's perception of working mothers. I'll show you for content in this time. First, introduction. Second, method, data and analysis. Result and discussion. And the last one is conclusion. The condition that led me to try to write this article is that work tasks are no longer carried out by men. There are many families or households where parents, both father and mother, work with their needs and requirements. There are consequences that appear when a mother decides to work. Facing many roles, feeling guilty for not being able to spend more time with children, additional income of your family, career development, or sense of personal achievement. Field 3, 2017, was found that the emotional development of children aged 5 until 6 years in terms of working mothers was developing well. However, not all of the child needs can be met by the biological mother because the mother is working, even though the present next to the child is irreplaceable. There are consequences for a mother who decides to work. On one hand, the role of mother cannot be replaced by anyone else. However, on the other hand, the condition of working mothers mean that some of the children's needs cannot be met by the mother. Sari and the study 2017 also found that there is a difference in the psychological well-being of housewives working mothers in Guyana Regency. Working mothers are able to achieve a higher level of psychological well-being than housewives. It is important to know that psychological well-being is a healthy mental condition which is characterized by happiness, being able to face challenges or problems, and using one's potential optimally. The question are, does a mother's decision to work always have an effect to the child's condition? Does this condition apply to many families in the world? So, considering the importance of this problem, it is necessary to carry out the analytical study of the world community's perception regarding the condition of working mothers. Data and analysis. This is a descriptive quantitative research. The data collected related the opinion of the world community regarding working mothers in the context children will suffer if mother work. Data obtained from survey results from the World Value Survey with the period of 2017 and 2022. Data resources are countries in the world amounting 47,660 respondents. Data was processed and analyzed in the status 1452 applications. The data results are presented in percentage form and are differentiated according to respondents from Indonesia, Southeast Asia, and outside Southeast Asia. Result and discussion. Family has an important role in human life. Many people have free women that come true because of family support. The family is a basic unit in the social structure that provides various benefits and has a deep impact on a person's life. Based on surveys conducted in several countries in the world, the role of the family is almost absolute. Figure 1 shows that 99%, almost 100, 99% respondents who fill out the survey said that family has an important role in life. Only 1% of respondents stated that family has an unimportant role in life. These results certainly confirm the importance of a family in human life, which is people become strong and able to face problems because of family support. Several explanations regarding the importance of the family in life are emotional support, education and values, financial and material support, safety and security, social relationship and connection, development of identity and personality, maintenance of tradition and heritage, support in crisis, basis for social and moral life, and the last one is strong emotional attachment. Condition. Nowadays, many women and mother decide to work. Sometimes given may vary, using spare time looking for additional income, reason for achievement, career, and success or extra. Trend in working mothers may differ across countries and cultures, but globally we are seeing an increase in the number of working mothers and change in social perception regarding the role of mothers in society. And Dayani, Afiati, and Adianti said that the meaning of family for working mothers is that family is the most important thing in life. Work is self-actualization, responsibility, a means of connecting with other people, helping the husband with the family economy, and channeling hobbies. Working mothers feel balanced if they can divide their time, attention, energy, and produce satisfactory results, so that tasks at the office and at home are completed well. So-called work-family balance. Research data regarding respondents' opinion on the effect of working mothers. This survey tried to compare countries in South Asia with countries outside Southeast Asia. The majority of the population in Southeast Asia, 70.33%, stated that they did not agree that working mothers cause children to suffer, and only 29.67% agreed that working mothers cause children to suffer. Meanwhile, in countries outside Southeast Asia, as many as 53.85% said that they did not agree that working mothers cause children to suffer, and 46.15% said that they are agree that working mothers cause children to suffer. Report Indonesia. The majority of respondents from Indonesia disagree that working mothers' condition can cause children suffer. As much as 90.05% working mothers do not have a negative impact on children. Maybe even on the contrary, working mothers' condition can actually have a positive impact on children. Giovanni in 2016 found that there is a difference between the level of independence of young children who are cared for by housewives and mothers of part-time outside the home. The level of independence of young children raised by working mothers is higher than that of children raised by housewives. The relationship between working mothers and children condition. Working mothers actually have a positive impact. That is, children become more independent from an early age, such as learning independence, increased self-confidence, responsibility, and gender equality. Table 4 shows number of children related to preschool child suffer with working mother. The reasons are quality of care and interaction, fair and consistent parenting, and time balance. Conclusion. From the data, I have concluded that family has an important role in life. The work community both in Indonesia, Southeast Asia, and outside Southeast Asia agrees that working mothers will not make children suffer. The number of children also determine views regarding the effect of working mothers. The more children they have, the greater their view of working mothers, causing children to suffer. Positive views regarding working mothers and their influence on children, namely relate to learning independence, increasing self-confidence, responsibility, and gender equality. And the last one is negative views regarding working mothers and their impact on children, namely changes in the quality of care and interaction. Parenting pattern become unfair and consistent, and time management with work and managing the household is unbalanced. Thank you very much. Wait. Okay, this is my presentation. Now, let's move to our last presenter. We have Mrs. Isti with the title Implementation of Online Learning Assessment at Automation and Office Management Program Vocational High School in Central Java. Mrs. Isti, are you ready?
I'm ready, guys.
Oh, that's great. So, okay, Miss Isti, the time is yours.
Thank you. Okay. First of all, I want to say thank you for the opportunity to present our article. In this session, I want to share our article with the topic the implementation of online learning assessment, automation and office management program vocational high school in Central Java.
Sorry,
Author Yuliansa.
Mrs. Isti?
Yes. Yes.
Unfortunately, you shared the wrong file. Yeah, the file is wrong. Yeah.
I cannot see the PPT.
Yeah.
Say. Iya iki. Wah, wis. Bentar. Nah. Oke. Okay.
Excellent.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I want to share our article with the topic the implementation of online learning assessment, automation, and office management program vocational high school in Central Java. Authors Yuliansa, Suterman, Muslika Dwiartanti, and Isti Ananese. Introduction of this research are distance learning has become a new trend during COVID-19 and even after COVID-19 hybrid or fully online classes on an enormous scale, Chen and Jane, Orkut and all et al. Distance learning can also increase motivation and learning outcome and increase students' understanding of the learning process. Barbara et al. However, in reality, the success of distance learning is influenced by the information and communication technology used during the learning process. Andrianto Panggondian et al. According to Adsani and Gordon and Foss, in the distance learning process, there are the important components, namely learning models, learning strategies, and learning media, and these three components are interrelated to create a new learning environment for students. Teachers have an important role in helping the success of education by becoming facilitators for a student in mastering complex skill and knowledge, Taylor and Evans Lorty. In vocational school learning, the emphasis is more on mastering skill than knowledge. This is in line with the opinion of Prof and Willie, which states that learning in vocational school must be designed with the demand of the work. This is explained in the implementation of the K13 curriculum that the essential competency aspect of the office automation and management skill vocational school OTKP consists of basic competency, knowledge, attitude, and skills. In distance learning, the assessment aspect is an important part. Selecting appropriate learning assessment techniques will make the learning process effective in seeing student active learning objective, guidance, and make event. Online assessment, a small part of the online learning process, requires the use of the technology to carry it out, even though it only on a tiny amount. Assessment is one of the focus that needs to be considered in the online learning process. Here. The problem of this research are, in reality, based on data from teacher competency test result in it can be seen that the average score for the pedagogical ability of Indonesian teacher is 50-43.43, while the professional aspect is 55.45. Average result for both is 54.05. This result led with research on teacher competence in developing and utilizing learning media by Dwi Hartanti et al., which that states that the ability of vocational school teacher to master ICT for learning media is still low. The online assessment process is a challenge for students and teachers. Teachers must know how to do this and the assessment form. The assessment process in online learning has become a problem for teachers because online learning in recent years during COVID-19 and post-COVID-19 is something that has never happened before, resulting in teachers lacking preparation for online learning. Therefore, researchers are interested in knowing whether the correct assessment process carried out by teachers in automation and office management program, vocational high school competition in Central Java is to the requirement of the K13 curriculum and the concept of learning in vocational education. Methods of the research following this research methodology is survey, population in OMP VHS teacher in Central Java Province. Sample is to regional sample will be taken for its community and city. So the target sample for this research is 71 AOMP VHS teachers in Central Java Province. Data collection technique and instrument is questionnaire 1 to 5 scale. Validity all pass and reliability very high. Result of this research: first, online learning assessment at MP Vocational High School in Central Java. The implementation of online learning assessment at AOMP Vocational High School in Central Java was in good category with 60.56%. And then, based of the image above, it can be seen that the assessment filters in online learning that there are most will used by AOMP VHS teachers in Central Java are confirmed, namely 5.56%, which is 15.28%. Kahoot 9.72%. LMS future 15.28%.
Sorry, Mrs. Isti.
Yes?
The time is up.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, Miss Muslihat Wihatanti. I can speak English very well. Jadi little speak English tambah campur-campur. Okay,
Alright.
thank you.
Okay, I heard that Mr. Yuliansa want to join and accompanying Miss Isti. Is it right?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
I have
Okay.
a conclusion.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks for the opportunity given to me. The conclusion of research: the first online learning assessment at AOMP via Vocational High School in Central Java has been carried out well by teachers. Second, the learning assessment instrument used by AOMP VHS teacher in Central Java to assess knowledge aspect are multiple choice tests, essay, and interview, while assessing skill aspects or performance and portfolio assessment. And the last, automation office management program vocational high school teachers in Central Java use online learning assessment tools such as Google Form, quizzes, Kahoot, and school learning management system. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Yuliansa. Okay, apparently we have the last presenter, Mrs. Yuli Noor Ismawati. Yeah, you have 10 minutes only to share your presentation. We'll perform, with the topic community perception of countries in the world toward corruption and its handling in Indonesia in the last 5 years, 2017 until 2022. Ms. Yuli, the floor is yours. Miss Yuli, I cannot hear you. Hello, Miss Yuli. Is there any trouble? Hello. Hello, Miss Yuli. We cannot hear you. Sorry. Hello, Miss Yuli. Mrs. Yuli, can you hear me? Hello? Sorry, we can hear you. We can hear your voice. In Eastern Indonesia, the results show that the Human Development Index had a negative and significant effect on GDP per capita, influence on human development, and GDP per capita index in Eastern Indonesia is not in according with endogenous economic growth theory and SDGs program, which aim to address social development. The influence of gross fixed capital formation on GDP per capita. Gross fixed capital formation has a positive and significant effect on GDP per capita in Western and Eastern Indonesia. This result is in accordance with previous research conducted by Madeleno and Nagoya 20 and 23 that gross fixed capital formation has a positive and significant influence on GDP per capita. And then the influence of labor force participation rate on GDP per capita. The labor force participation rate has a negative and significant effect on GDP per capita in the Western Indonesia region. Thus, results are also in accordance with the SDGs program. In Eastern Indonesia, the results show that the labor force
participation rate has a positive and significant influence on GDP per capita. These results are in accordance with research by Sari and Kausar 2020 state the labor force participation has a positive relationship with economic growth in West Asia. And the last, the influence of Indonesia Democracy Index on GDP per capita. The Indonesian democracy in Indonesia has a negative and significant influence on GDP per capita in the western and eastern region of Indonesia. Research results in Western Indonesia and Eastern Indonesia has not been in line with institutional economic theory by Douglas Noor, who stated that institutions aim to regulate economic behavior that has an impact on economic activity. Result research is also not in line with the SDGs program because the pillar of legal development as well as governance and development pillars, the economy has not been in line. Conclusion, in the air quality index has a positive and significant influence on GDP per capita in Western, and in Eastern, the air quality index has a negative and significant. Human development index has positive and significant influence in Western, and in Eastern, human development index has insignificant negative effect on GDP per capita. Gross fixed capital formation has a positive and significant influence on GDP per capita both in Western and Eastern Indonesia. The labor force participation has positive and significant influence in Eastern, and in Western, labor force participation rate has a negative and insignificant influence GDP per capita. And the last, Indonesian Democracy Index has an insignificant negative influence on GDP per capita, both in Western and Eastern Indonesia. Thank you, sir. Good morning. Good afternoon.
Okay. Thank you, Miss Salma Sukaina. And we have all participants in this room to ask question or sharing their idea. Any question or sharing from the participant? Okay, I think it's enough. Thanks for Mrs. Salma for deliver presentation, and don't forget to fill this attendance form to their link. I said yes. Okay, and my apologies for the technical issue.
Thank you so much. Okay, thank you so much for your attendance, Mr. Okay, I will close the session and you can leave. Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. Sudah selesai.
Yeah, good afternoon.
I don't know information about we should join breakout room, so I
Ditanya.
yeah.
Oh.
So I'm not.
Aryawati. Please prepare your PPT and share screen in this device.
Okay.
Are you ready for presentation?
Yes.
Okay. Time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much for your time. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon. My name is Titania Puput Aryawati from Universitas Negeri Semarang. I will present my research about the influence of Village Fund on poverty alleviation efforts in West Nusa Tenggara Province. The introduction. One of the indicators used to see in the success of economic development is the reduction of poverty. Poverty reduction in Indonesia is relatively slow. In 2015, poverty in Indonesia was 11.13%, and 7 years later, namely in 2022, it was 9.57%. Even though there was a decline, the decline was only 1.73%. Meanwhile, during this period, the government has made various efforts to reduce poverty in Indonesia, but the poverty that can be reduced is only 1.73%. Poverty can be caused by various factors. According to Ratna, poverty has no end because all the elements that cause poverty are interconnected. Intervention from outside parties is needed. For example, from the government through government expenditure policies, one of which is the Village Fund program. The Village Fund program is considered appropriate because most of the poverty in Indonesia is dominated by rural areas. The Village Fund in Indonesia has increased significantly every year. In a period of 7 years, the Village Fund budget has increased by 225% from 20.9 trillion rupiah to 68 trillion rupiah. However, the significant increase in the Village Fund budget was not but by a significant reduction in poverty in Indonesia. According to theory from Noor, the several factors causing poverty are low capital and low productivity. Capital can be seen from foreign direct investment, and productivity can be seen from GRDP. There are also factors that cause poverty according to Thomas Robert Malthus, namely due to the high population. Population growth will always be faster than food growth. A population that exceeds food supplies will cause poverty. Regarding the Village Fund program, this program is in accordance with Keynes theory, which states that government spending can move the wheel of the economy and reduce poverty. There are 3 provinces that always occupy the top 3 positions as owner of the highest poverty in Indonesia, namely Papua, West Papua, East Nusa Tenggara, and East Nusa Tenggara. Based on the table, it can be seen that East Nusa Tenggara province always has lower poverty than Papua province and West Papua province. However, East Nusa Tenggara province is the province that has the worst poverty reduction progress over the last 10 years. Poverty in Papua fell by 4.55%, West Papua fell by 5.71%, in 2022 is higher than in 2013. Before 2013, East Nusa Tenggara was in the 4th highest position after Papua, West Papua, and Maluku. In 2010, East Nusa Tenggara became the province with the 5 highest poverty in Indonesia after Papua, West Papua, Maluku, and Gorontalo. However, now it has been displaced by Maluku and Gorontalo. This slowdown makes it possible for East Nusa Tenggara province to be displaced one day by Papua and West Papua. The research methodology of my research is The data used in this research is secondary data written using panel data from with a time series for 8 years, namely 2015 until 2022, and a cross-section of 21 districts in East Nusa Tenggara Province. The analysis technique used in the research is panel data regression analysis. The approach used in research is a quantitative approach, and the variable dependent is poverty, and independent are Village 1, FDI, GRDP, and population. This is the research model of this paper. And next, the result and discussion on this paper. Next, the best selection model. In chow test, fixed effect model was selected. In Hausman test, random effect model was selected. And in Lagrange multiplier test, random effect was selected. The best model is random effect model with the economic model. This. Next, the classical assumption test. This data have no problem on normality test, heteroscedasticity test, and then the influence of Village 1 on poverty. Village 1 variable had a significant negative effect on poverty in East Nusa Tenggara Province. The probability value is lower than 0.5, that is 0.0009. The coefficient value is minus 8.
I'm sorry, Ms. Titania, your time have 2 minutes again.
Conclusion?
2 minutes left.
The conclusion of my research is Village 1 and gross regional domestic product have a negative and significant effect on poverty in East Nusa Tenggara Province. Foreign direct investment has a negative and insignificant effect on poverty in East Nusa Tenggara Province, and population has a positive and insignificant effect on poverty in East Nusa Tenggara Province. The government needs to pay attention to the even distribution of incoming FDI and ensure that incoming foreign companies can absorb a large number of workers from local communities in the district of East Nusa Tenggara Province and provide decent wage, increase the GRDP, increase the availability of employment opportunities, because the district of East Nusa Tenggara Province has always experienced a demographic bonus during the research period, so that many employment opportunities are needed for the population of production FH in order to fulfill their daily needs and be free from poverty, increase the allocation of Village 1, and increase supervision in the implementation of the Village 1 program. Thank you very much for your attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much for your presentation, Titania Puput. For participation, do you have a question with Miss Titania Puput Aryawati?
Miss Rifa, could I ask to Miss Titania?
Yes, Ibu Penny.
Yeah. Okay, Mbak Titania, your result of your research, there is no accepted hypothesis, is it? FDI negative effect, GRDP negative, FDI negative. So, what is your impact of your research? Your hypothesis is it negative or positive impact? FDI positive or negative impact to poverty?
My FDI negative, GRDP negative, Village 1 negative, and population positive, but not in accordance, because not significant at FDI and population.
So your two variable FDI and population is not significant, is it?
Yes, not significant.
So it means that the high population is not automatically make what is it, poverty, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah, population and FDI, is it?
Population and
FDI.
yes.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's the intention of the government, yeah. So population is FDI. I think the highest FDI, it could be decrease the poverty. Yeah. I think that the theory, the highest FDI, it become the decrease of poverty. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Okay, thank you for your presentation, Miss Titania, and thank you for your feedback, Bu Penny. We have a finally invitation, and don't forget to fill attendance. I will share from in room chat. Thank you so much for this session. And you can leave from the breakout room.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, closing ceremony of the International Conference of Ethics on Business, Economics, and Social Science in conjunction with the Annual Conference of Management Challenges 2023 is about to start. I am Judith Ayurispati on behalf of the organizing committee, extending our appreciation to all the guests, participants, and chairman for a wonderful panel session we had. I would also like to apologize if made some mistake while hosting for today. See you on the International Conference of Ethics on Business, Economics, and Social Science in conjunction with the Annual Conference of Management Challenges 2024. Thank you and have a great day.